Hello, one and all. Welcome back to Blood Lament. It's been a little while since we've played, but we're back, and I'm glad to be here. AJ, unfortunately, has had to gracefully bow out. He has other DMing commitments that are tying him up. So Mulga will still be with us, but we'll just be with these three fine fellows here. I've been anticipating this, and I'm interested to see what happens. Why don't you all introduce your characters real quickly, and then we'll jump right in.
Hello, my name's Jared, and I'll be playing Remus, the Ichoriite fighter cleric, the previous Sovereign Paragon's companion who sadly perished in a flurry of bone archers or bone skeletal creatures in the previous session, and we'll have to wait and see what will happen to him and his divine boon that drives him forward.
Hi everybody, I'm JB, better known as Drop the Die on the internet, and tonight I will be playing Cynus, an Ichoriite gladiator who specializes in daggers that do almost nothing against skeletons. Last session was a bit of a failure on Cynus's part, he believes, so it'll be interesting to see how he copes and comes back after we bury our dead.
Hello everyone, my name is Dimos and I will be playing Grazam of Lakshma, a swamp dwarf that is a cleric, and last time his faith is starting to crumble away since his divine soldiers sent from his god Yusinikur are starting to fade away, and he cannot stop wondering if this is a message or a warning. We'll see.
And last but not least, we have Mulga of House Tarabir, who is an orb master, a lore keeper, an arcanist, and he is quite adamant that he is joining with you all to try to get to the bottom of these dark secrets that seem to be the root cause of all of the problems that have been plaguing House Tarabir. You all by this point have discovered that indeed there is some kind of curse, perhaps a divine curse, upon House Tarabir that has been causing it all manner of horrible problems. You have slain the Obarden, and you have found the secret location, the vault of Erodoka, the late high priest, the one responsible for creating the Obarden by calling down this divine curse upon the twin princes, who were so heinous and so sinful. But it seems there was more to this Erodoka figure, and the fact that you have found a hidden vault that he built or was building makes you wonder that there, what dark layer is hiding underneath all of this. There is a terrible, monstrous archway trap that wards the entrance that gave you all a lot of pain, and those of you that made it inside, you found just a couple chambers and corridors. There were some skeletal entities. I might have forgotten to actually use one of the skeleton's main traits, so I will try to amend my error there. And but as you all spoke of Atticus, who was the dear friend of the late Miramonad Swath, who perished by the Obarden before you all even went there. Atticus himself fell, slain by bony soldiers. So you all fled. You fled for your lives. You tactically retreated. You did fell 2 of the skeletal warriors, but you fled. And you went through the tunnel, through the mountain, out the stony mouth, this kind of concealed entrance that you had to use the Mace of Erodoka to open, and you went away from that mountain out into the rocky Badlands, the image of which I'm actually displaying here. I guess I can show you all on Discord an image that I'm showing everyone else who's watching. It is not where I thought it was going to be. Great. Okay, bear with me. I'm always juggling a bunch of stuff all at once. Yes, here we are. Okay, so I'll drop it into Discord for you guys. This region is known as the Hums of Logam. Quite rocky, semi-arid, quite a bit of scrub brush, craggy hills and low mountains, ridges and such. So you've retreated away from the mountain that has the entrance leading up to the vault of Erodoka. And you are distraught. You are momentarily defeated. But there is still a flame of resolve and conviction that has not gone out in you. And the 2 Ichoriites, Remus and Cynus, you finish setting the last stack of stone on the body of Atticus, creating for him a burial site, a cairn. What words do you have to say to conclude this burial rite?
Remus will stand at attention in front of the body of Atticus in this cairn and say, "If only you believed in yourself and didn't fill your minds with the doubts and the pity that you had for Miraman."
It was a good death. And Cynus will drag the blade of one of these daggers across the back of his arm from elbow to wrist and cut it open and drop a few drops of blood onto one of the large boulders at the tip of this burial cairn. This is my gift to you. Rest now. We will get your vengeance.
I want to approach. I'm very silent, and my whole face is mourning. And using thaumaturgy, I want to start a little rambling where the body is. And I want my voice to be like a strong whisper which echoes around the space there. And I want to say, looking away from the body, watching the big rock that we have next to us. They are hit by relentless winds, earthquakes are desperately trying to bring them down. The sun is striving every day to burn them away. And storms will never stop attempting to crack them open. And still, you were greater than any mountain I have laid my eyes upon. And my soul is mourning that the cosmos will never witness again your glorious peak. A peak that had the strength to tear in half the skies and scatter the clouds that tried to harm us.
Mulga as well has a divine connection. All these characters have divine connections, in fact. Remus and Cynus being followers of the Sanguine Blade, the Blood Khan, the Lord of War, though kind of different aspects of that god. Grazam being a priest of Usinikur, the vine of 1,000 branches, the flowering one. And Mulga, well, Mulga's still a bit mysterious, but he does have something celestial about him. And he takes a small crystal, a little gem, and he slides it betwixt some of the cracks of the stone cairn that is now the wilderness tomb of Atticus. The tide goes in. The tide goes out. The sand washes away, but it will be brought back again. I am not giving up on this task before me. I will see what dark and venomous thorn is at the heart of my house. If we have to tear down that layer, one skeleton, one bone at a time, I will see it done. The four of you, having prayed thus, have given a sense of recognition and solemnity to your fallen comrade. There is an answer that seems to respond all around you. Winds whip about, and for a moment clouds cover the sun. There's not a lot of clouds in this region, but those that are in the sky, these wispy things, they seem to coalesce, and they don't quite blot out the sun, but they certainly darken it. And you all look at this phenomenon that, you know, this cool breeze whips through the vista that you are in here. And there's a slight gleam of just at the edge of the cloud where some of the sun's rays break through, and there's a descent, as though a glimmer of something divine. It has a shape. It truly does coalesce. And there it is, like a squadron of bloodhawks made of light. And light and Raptorian cries descend upon Remus. And your posture is emboldened, and it holds you aloft, and you feel something. You feel as though the great grip of divine power is flowing through you. You are no longer merely a companion to a sovereign, but a proper war cleric, battle priest in your own right. The boon of the Blood Con is upon you, Remus.
This could be nothing but a sign that we now have the power to continue. And Remus will take his trident and slam it into the ground, and his armor will shimmer and change to that of a much deeper green, and it flexes, and you see the blade-like protrusions fold in on themselves, and it becomes far heavier than what it was before.
Mulga,
I think
Mulga like staggers back for just a tick, and it's actually worked.
I think Cynus, in a strange moment of like peacefulness, he just comes over to Remus and touches this new armor and walks around him like some predatory animal, looking him up and down, surveying the change, and then stops in front of him and nods solemnly.
Very well. With each death, there is a new sign. Mulga speaks the truth. We will tear down this place.
And all of the veins under this metal skin stretch out, and the tendons show in his neck and chest. And then he shakes it all out and lets that anger drop.
Grazam, he just falls into his knees, looking at this spectacle, at this sign. Tears start running down on his cheeks, and with cracking voice, he says, "One by one, we're being butchered, and I couldn't decide if all this spilled blood was a lament that would inevitably end with our forgotten tombs. But I repent from my sins. I didn't have enough faith. Now I see that all this blood is Eusynicur's baptism to the divine." I will no longer stay in the back. I want to be a part of it. I'm sorry that I thought of stopping. And I take some dirt and I start putting dirt on my hair and on my cheeks and on my face. And I don't stop looking at this miracle.
You not adorn, but you kind of, shower yourself with the dirt of this region that is not really familiar to you. You are of the swamp delta, of the riverlands, which is, it's not terribly far away from here. It's just a few days away, but still it's a contrast of environment, of landscape. And so it's almost like an anointing, but with the soil of this new land, and you embrace this task that is before you. And Mulga claps you on the back. That's the spirit. Yes, there's no need for self-doubt. This boldness that you are feeling, this will serve us. If anyone's to stand in the back, it'll be me. I mean, I'm just more suited for it. Speaking of being suited for things, he produces the Mace of Aradoka. This is maybe not serving me as well as it could one of you all. Now, this is not to mean I'm permanently gifting this, okay? Don't get the wrong idea. But I'm just thinking of it in terms of practicalities. Who do you think should be wielding the Mace of Aradoka? Mulga doesn't really do melee stuff very well, and he does have this I guess he has a spear. He has like a light short spear of warning, even though he rarely makes melee attacks. But the mace really is for a melee person, and the bludgeoning could be good against those skeletons instead of piercing. And once per day, it can be used to cast the fervor spell, which is also good for melee weapon fighting.
I'm watching at Remus to see if this ascension, this blessing, is also compatible with this gift of this mace. If he makes a step to take it.
I will take it if it feels as if it will complete this sanctuary and drive out whatever evil is within it. Takes the mace, putting his trident back onto his back, holds the mace aloft as if it's a beacon, a torch, shedding light across the delta.
All right, so here you have it. It is a +1 magic mace. So +1 to hit and damage. It's a d6 bludgeoning. Once per day, you can cast Fervor from the mace. It's a bonus action to cast it. And for 1 minute, the first time on each of your turns that you hit a creature with a melee weapon, you get a d6 temporary hit points. It is not a concentration spell. Seems perfect for wading into melee against skeletons. Now not in the hands of the Warlock. The talisman Warlock, nonetheless. He got this like gem talisman around his neck.
That's 1d6 every time a attack hits. Is that right? Or an attack's just made?
The first time on... I'll read it to you here. Whenever you hit a hostile creature with a melee weapon attack, for the first time on each of your turns, you gain 1d6 temporary hit points. They last for up to 1 minute. The spell itself is 1 minute, no concentration. It's only a bonus action to activate.
Got it.
So in other words, you wade into battle and fervor flows through you as you smash the foes. Potentially bony ones. Or others. I'm not telling you what to do. You all dispatched 2 of the skeletons, so... You know, maybe you're through the worst of that. I don't know. So we're gonna fade this scene to another as you all you all camp here for the night, and then you return to your target location the following day. Let me do... Okay. Here we are. Mulga's 1 level of exhaustion is gone. Does anyone need to spend any hit dice to recover hit points?
Yes.
Yes, Remus will definitely.
Okay.
Okay, let's see.
Oddly enough, I only took 4 damage, and
Yeah.
I had aid cast on me, so I am at maximum hit points.
You also have second
Before-
wind, which you can do every short rest.
Before we spend our hit dice, I want to do a prayer of healing so that I can heal us all. If that's okay with you, Esper.
Mhm.
It's 2d8 plus my modifier. So let's see. It's 7 plus 4, 11.
Fantastic. That brings
I
me to
feel
4.
much better, says Mulga. He got hurt pretty bad in that fight.
He got hurt pretty bad in that hallway,
He got hurt a lot.
because I don't think he was hit by an enemy. I think it was just the head.
AJ's
over and
characters
over
have gotten
again.
hurt a lot this whole adventure. All right, so the night passes. The next morning, you all get up, you pray, you eat a good breakfast, drink plenty of water to hydrate yourself, and you head back to that mountain, and you strike that stone. Yeah.
Sorry for interrupting. I just wanted to ask if I could find a club in the forest there somewhere, because I saw bludgeoning damage was affecting them a lot. So
Remus does still have the femur that he collected from one of the skeletons. If you'd like it, fine.
All right, so it's up to Grazam. You can wield that as a bone club, or you can get like a piece of hard wood as a club.
okay, I don't want to touch this
I'll
dirty
take
thing,
the bone club.
this
Just
unholy thing. I will have a club. A
All
wooden
right.
club.
Okay, so you get yourself a club. Remind me, Grazam, do you use a shield?
Yes.
Yes? Okay,
Yes.
so you get a club that's really just a section of hardwood that you like the shape of it, and you smack it on a rock a few times, and you can tell this is some solid wood here. And so you got that in one hand. It's just a D4, but it seems the skeletons are vulnerable to bludgeoning, so as most lesser skeletons are, I would say. Okay, so you all then head back to the mountain. Remus has the Mace of Aradoka. You give a strong swack to that specific spot on the stony face, and the stone parts. You enter into a dark crevice, a stone passageway through the mountain until you get to this crevice in the middle of the mountain, where you can look up and just like a big crack in the middle of the mountain, or maybe a cavity, I would say, in the middle of the mountain. You can see just a little bit of sky overhead, and that wicked archway that has the 2 stony Obarden heads with the serpentine tongues, each one holding a pair of eyeballs. And you all know that thing is trouble. So I've arranged the tokens as such, but of course, let me know where you want to go. This is Cynus, Remus, Grazam, and Mulga.
I want to be at the front, at the very front, leading the way. For once in my life, I'm not afraid, and I don't want to stay back.
Very well. Are you approaching? Everybody? Yes? Okay.
Yes.
You approach. A voice, guttural and monstrous, resounds from the archway. Number the suns.
I will number the seconds that you have in this place. I want to cast guidance to let's see. I think to Mulga. He has the.
What? Me again? He looks at you, one at a time, expectingly.
Shut your mouth, you short-living monkey, and go there. We have work.
Grazam is the one who's tapped into his newfound courage, not me.
Well, we had a sign. We will not fail again. Go there. I'll be there with you.
Yeah, there was the sign. Grazam and Mulga approach the archway, and it's within 5 feet of a magical trap that one must work their arcane work, their mystical practices. And so Mulga begins to make some gestures and incant some arcane words, attempting to disable magically this magical object. All right, Mulga. Did we do a vote for inspiration? Who got the inspiration? We should have done a vote for inspiration at the end of last session.
I believe that Jared got it.
Yes, that's true. Okay, Jared got it. Okay. So, Mulga is going to make an Arcana check with 1d4 of guidance. He has proficiency, which is a necessity to be able to do such work. He comes up with a total of a 9. And from the leering heads, there is an arcane effect. On the table. Okay, Mulga must make a wisdom saving throw. He's got a 21. That is a success. A translucent ray strikes him right between the eyes, and you see his body grow very tense. 22, half of 22 is 11. He takes 11 psychic damage and staggers back, not paralyzed. He's through willpower alone. He has fought his way through. I hate this thing!
Jump through the archway. Do not hesitate.
You've got to be joking me.
I guess
I have a better idea. Why don't we all just destroy this thing? Okay? On the count of 3, let's just attack.
Yeah. Remus will.
Does everyone quickly have any response to that?
Get out the mace of Eridoka.
Okay.
It's how high is it? Is it?
It's a large archway, so it's big enough to where you could hit it in different spots. To hit one of the actual heads, you probably have to do a big jump up there and swing it. So
I'll go for that.
So quick reactions to Mulga is better do this countdown. Yes, try to talk him out of it, grab him. So what do you do?
I think that Cynus is going to listen to Grazam and Remus, and he's going to scoop up Mulga and fling him.
Get your hands off of me!
I'm
a nobleman.
Stairs, past the archway.
Wait, did you say you threw Mulga in there?
I'm gonna hurl his ass down the stairs.
You're attempting to. Okay.
Hopefully, I'll be the target of the spell, and Mulga will just deal with the falling.
Make an strength athletics check.
I would love to. I'm very, very good at athletics.
That is true. You really are.
22.
Oh my. All right, Mulga is going to attempt acrobatics dexterity to wriggle out of you. 22. Oh, never mind. Okay,
17
so
plus
he
5.
he attempts to wriggle. Unhand me! And you just toss him through the archway, which does indeed trigger the magic trap, and it does target Mulga once again. Oh my! All right, so nope, that's Remus.
Poor Mulga.
Even if he's paralyzed, he's mid-flight. He'll
All right.
make it in.
So the same.
Unless it's the repelling blast.
No, oh, yeah, it could be. Actually, it's not. It's the same one. It's the same effect. He comes up with a mere 10 on a wisdom saving throw, which certainly is not.
Rest in peace,
So,
Mulga.
there's 9, 12, 13. Rolled significantly lower this time. Mulga takes 13 damage. And he's paralyzed. I guess I should be keeping track of the hit points there. That's going to be easier. Mulga's at 7, everybody, and he is paralyzed. And I'd like you all to roll for initiative.
Do you want us to just shout it out?
Who's got the highest?
12 for me.
20. Natural 20.
7 for Remus.
Okay, 20 Grazam, 12 for
Cynus.
Cynus, 7. Oh, I already had everyone's names prepped right there. Duke, 7 for Remus. Okay, so. There are strange drums echoing. Oh, that raucous beat, you have heard it before. Oh, that cacophony of dark rhythms. No! The skeletal drummer begins to drum, one of them at least. I guess you destroyed one skeletal drummer and you destroyed 1 or 2 of the bone armor wearing Hellions, who's one of their key features I forgot. The foes seem to be quite aware that you all have returned. Grazam, what do you do? Mulga's through and he's paralyzed. He's lying on the
as long as I hear those drums, I start. I'm starting to lose my mind. Like saliva is coming out of my mouth in my beard and start dripping down. And I want to use my shield and shouting. I want to run. I want to attempt to get in.
Okay, you're just gonna run through. All right, so be it.
Yes. Does using the shield between me and the snake help a little?
So whenever I have a trap or some kind of effect or a creature that has multiple rays and I have to do a randomized roll, I don't know why, but I always end up rolling the same thing again and again, or maybe the same 2 again and again, which is what has happened here. Grazam, you are struck with a translucent ray between your eyes, right there, into your forehead. An excruciating pain racks your brain. Make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay, we're good with that. Let's see. Yes, 18.
That is a success. 22 psychic is reduced to 11. And you power through the paralysis, so you're not paralyzed. You've used 10 feet of speed, and that's it. What else do you do?
I want to
Oh, I
I
should
want to go
describe stuff.
ahead.
I should describe things. You see ahead of you, it's a short corridor that leads to a kind of a small chamber. And the chamber is dark, but you do have dwarven dark vision, so you can see it in kind of a gloomy black and white. The walls are adorned with bas-reliefs that depict religious figures making a pilgrimage through the mountains and the Badlands. On the eastern wall, kind of the northeastern part of the room, there is a door, and the door, you all are very familiar with this door. The door is open currently, and you can hear the echoes of the bone drummer through the corridor beyond.
Okay. Okay. In this case, I want to start. I want to start walking up towards the room.
Say that again?
Sorry. Yes, I want to start walking towards the room.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay,
Yes,
so
but
there's
actually-
your speed. You still have your action.
Okay. Do I see in the hallway? Do I see anything?
You do
Or-
not see anything.
I don't see anything.
And
Okay.
the sound of the bone drumming does not sound immediately nearby. It's still a little bit of an echo that you're hearing, like coming from a little farther in. So you don't think the drummer's just there in the next corridor.
Cool. Do I see anything there that could close the door? Maybe on the wall.
There's nothing, there's no objects in the room. The door is open. To shut it, you just want to go there yourself and shut it by hand.
Yeah, okay. For now, I want to come next to the door, have my back against the wall, using dash. I mean, a little bit down. I don't want the archers to see me and start.
Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay,
that's
so
it.
you move there and you get behind the wall, taking cover so that creatures can't see you from the corridor. Is what I'm understanding.
Yeah, I have the club ready.
Okay, Mulga just makes a sound like that on the ground. At the end of his turn, the paralysis ends. There is supposed to be music. Why is there no music? There we are. Okay. Grazam, you hear the sounds of footsteps. Something is walking this way. Cynus, it is your turn. Something is nearing close to Grazam.
It's been weeks and weeks for us, but it's only been it's been one day for Cynus. So I believe that we've already guessed 2 and 0 when trying to go through this archway.
Yep.
So I think Cynus is going to follow Grazam's lead and just go through. It would seem pretty unfair to hurl Mulga down the stairs and not eat it himself. So I think that Cynus is going to walk to the archway and begin to descend the stairs, and when it asks, he will cry back, 1,
All right.
and see what it does.
Okay, Cynus cries out 1. He steps through and... clearly 1 was not the correct answer. I did not roll the same thing. Make a Constitution saving throw as a ray strikes you square in the center of your torso
22,
with a
19 plus
lightning blast. 22?
3. Yes, I'm finally rolling well. I rolled like trash last session.
Oh my gosh, I just rolled incredibly high. Whoa. It's I'm gonna double check my math on that. 16, 23, 20. Yeah, it's 29 lightning. Half would be 14.
Any other residual effects, or is it
Nope.
just lightning damage?
Something. It tried to stun you, but you withstood the stun.
Sick. So
That's
Cynus
15 feet of speed is there.
Yeah, he'll bound down the stairway the rest of the way. And can he make it to the door this turn?
If you dash, you can.
Unfortunate.
You could
I guess if
dash
he positions... Yeah, if he positions himself on this side of the door when they try to pry it open, I'm imagining he can try to struggle back. So yeah, he'll do that. He'll fill up this door until Mulga can compose himself and Remus can get inside.
Okay, Cynus, you are there. It's quite dark where you're at. There is, once you get to this corridor here, there's light again. There are like ever-burning sconces. This corridor would be shadowy, and the room you're in here is, well, I guess just daylight coming in. Okay, so you're just in shadowiness. I'm sorry. I don't know why I was thinking it was nighttime. I think it's because the artwork of the entrance shows it at nighttime. It's actually day. All right, so you're in a shadowy area, and then over here is going to be like basically light illumination. Or bright illumination.
Cynus will look at Grazam and say,
Are you ready, dwarf?
There is a skeletal foe right there that is, you know, just about to step onto those stairs. The best way I can describe this as the two skeletons that you have defeated have been haphazardly built together to reconstruct one amalgamation thing that stands like a foot taller than either one of them did before singularly. It's got the bone armor on still, this bony helmet over bone, and there is some kind of necromantic magic binding this thing together. It doesn't seem like it's just being held together by bones, sockets, and joints. It seems like it's being held together by magic more than anything. And it leers at you, and like this fell unlight, you know, crackles in its sockets and in its jaw that's like cocked and halfway hanging. Ha 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 ha! The drums grow louder. I should have monster stat blocks. That's a good thing to have. Monsters. Okay. The bone drummer plays a rhythm on its skull drums, giving its ally a dark inspiration die. Okay. We've got an enemy turn. You hear the sound of additional bony footsteps. And Cynus, you can see the skeletal foes. You should be able to see that one. Why is it not visible? There it is. Okay. So this is a bone drummer, and this is one of the bone warriors. You remember them from just yesterday, and this is the kind of horrifying amalgamation being held together by necromantic magic. This one flings 2 bone shots at Cynus. Cynus, you have half cover, +2 to AC.
I was going to say. So
here we go.
the AC 17 for me.
2 bone shots. Got a 19 and a 9. The 19 is a hit, I take it, and that's
Yes.
8 piercing damage. Remus, it's your turn.
Blood Khan provides, and as a bonus action, he casts Divine Favor and moves forward through the archway.
What is the Divine Favor?
This is the clerical spell ability, which adds 1d4 to radiant damage to all my attacks for 1 minute.
Nice. Excellent. You move, that's 20 feet to get yourself right in front of the archway. You bravely step through. Are you keen on shouting out a number as you go through?
It will ask its question to me, and I will smash it with the Mace of Aradoka for a 25 to hit.
Okay.
Attempting to smash one of the heads off, at least.
Okay, go ahead and roll the damage.
Okay, so that is 7 bludgeoning and 2 radiant.
All right, 9 total.
9 total. And then when it asks the question...
Ping! You smack it. You did hit it. You did deal 9 damage, so just to let you know, like, meta-wise, that was effective. It's a sturdy, large thing made out of some nice, hard stone, so that didn't seem to do a lot of damage to it. And it responds to you with activating right into your face. Make a charisma saving throw as a ray strikes you in the head.
It's going to be at 11.
It's not enough. A strange madness worms into your mind, but you can continue your turn.
I will rush my way down to meet everyone else.
Okay. There, your speed's used up. You have your action. Where would you like to go?
I attack the archway as my action.
Oh, that was your action. Of course. Okay. So you step inside and Mulga looks up with you and you've just got this mania overwhelming you, and Mulga's, no, what now? What is this? All right, so we're going to get back to that. Grazam, we're looking at you now.
Okay, so seeing the arrows flying onto him, I want to cast on myself. No, I won't cast it now. Okay, what I want to do is that I want to step in front and I want to summon my celestial servant. Rise! Rise from the skies and come, help us destroy our enemies, chew on their bones and make them your feast. And I want to summon the celestial servant just behind this red one.
All right, you'll put it just behind the, we'll call him the new one, right? The abomination.
Yes.
With
And
a mighty divine incantation, you call up the celestial servant, which is this scintillating crocodilian creature, like a celestial crocodile.
And with my bonus action, I want to summon a spiritual weapon.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah. I want a big great club with that it has the name of our fallen comrades on it. So I want to summon it, and as I'm looking this tall guy I wanna shout at him while I have my shield and my club. No one stands taller than the might of a dwarf. And I wanna hit it with a spiritual weapon.
I'm gonna put down this white circle to represent the spiritual weapon club that you have conjured. Is that is that where you want it to be on this one?
Yes, seems right. Yeah.
All right. Go ahead and make the attack.
Awesome. Okay. $25 total for 7 force damage.
You smack it for 7 force damage. That seems effective. Definitely effective. Quite a turn, actually. And then after you goes your Celestial Servant.
Yeah, it does. So, of course, the Celestial Servant will try and grab his foot and dislocate it. So, let's see. Oh, natural 20.
Ooh, critical hit.
Yes.
Much
does.
needed. Much needed.
Yeah, 11 damage, which is bludgeoning damage. 11 bludgeoning damage.
11 bludgeoning. That will become 16. That is quite a hit, and you hear the crunching, cracking sounds of bone. As I said, this thing does not seem to be composed quite so physically fit, but more being held together by necromantic magic. And so your croc actually just like rips out some of the bones, and the thing like hobbles for a second, and the magic kind of like rebalances it back. And it is.
And it's grappled.
It is grappled. Okay.
Escape DC 11. Yeah.
Grappled. Okay. Well done. Well done.
Yeah.
Mulga grumbles as he picks himself up from prone. Oh, what is this shit? He's probably going to do some healing because he's quite hurt. He can do Healing Light. It's a bonus action. He's going to spend 3d6 of his Healing Light. Hold up his orb. Celestial Gleam comes from it. He heals himself 11 hit points. That brings him up to 18. Remus, what's going on with you now? Remus. And Remus, you don't really reply. You just stare and just like follow him, and this look of mania is on your face. What? And Mulga, he's gonna send an orb cast down there. Yes. I'm looking at the different things that he does. I think that's the right call. Okay. Mulga sends an orb cast, so literally he tosses his orb, and this is a magical effect he imbues, and his orb streaks down through the air, attacking, and then immediately flies back into his hand. I think there's a half cover. Yeah, he's not going to get in front of the Grazam and Cynus. Okay, so I'll give a half cover. Oh, yeah, he has 23 to hit. He cracks the thing for 9 bludgeoning, which turns into 13. He bashes out another chunk of bone, and bits of rib and bone armor go flicking and scattering against the wall, and just basically, took out a chunk of this creature with his orb cast. The creature responds. And it just it doesn't really have a voice. There's just this strange, hoarse, supernatural uttering that occurs, and there's some effect that comes upon Mulga, Grazam, and Cynus. Give me 1 second and I will tell you about this effect. The three of you feel an eerie sensation weigh over you, and it is as though the weight of time itself is pulling upon you, body and mind. So we'll do this one at a time. Grazam, make a wisdom saving throw. Grazam?
21.
That is very much a success. Cynus, wisdom saving throw.
$14.
You as well succeed. And Mulga. Mulga got a 16, who also succeeds. On a success, you all just fight your way through. You negate whatever this strange magical effect was, and it passes. We go now to Cynus.
Magic! A fool's errand!
He will bound down the stairs, and he's pretty much boxed in. So he thinks being down here with this massive magical creature and a giant alligator and a swinging spectral club will give him the most cover from the archers peppering him with javelins of bone. So when he's down here, JB is actually afraid of this magical creature because Cynus doesn't have anything really good against magical creatures. So what he's going to do is he's going to spend 1 prowess point and as a bonus action grapple this thing, even though it's grappled by the spiritual alligator.
Yep.
He knows.
Okay. Go for it.
21, 16 plus 5 for the athletics check to grapple.
It got a 19.
Barely, but he does it. So
You grab hold of the creature.
he nabs this thing with one hand and with advantage versus grappled enemies due to his dagger expert, he's going to start chipping away at this thing with the edge of one of these bronze daggers.
Okay.
He knows it's not great, but he also knows that if this thing tries to cast magic that would hit him at range, this close and grappled, it would have difficulty doing that.
Okay.
So what he suspects is kind of coming from this, seeing how the other things exist. I got a 19 on the die, which with Dagger Expert makes it a critical hit. So I actually do crit with it.
Okay, go for it.
Resistance is still half, correct?
Yep.
5 already halved. 5 piercing damage.
You smash and you just bash through the thing's skull. You obliterate it. It falls apart. It just crumbles. There's wisps of like black smoke. And just bone and broken skeletal armor collapse to the ground. Its allies scowl and hunch back.
All right, I moved 5 feet, so I'm going to go barreling down this hallway.
Yeah.
If I can get past the alligator, I will.
Yep.
I'm going to action surge, and I'm going to bodily smash as hard as I can into this bony fucker.
Okay.
And try and barrel it back into the drummer. So
Okay.
I'm going to actually do a shove.
All
Wait,
right.
hold on. Okay, I don't have anything extra for that. So it'll just be a regular shove attempt. 22, 17 plus 5.
Yes. Oh my gosh. I am remembering the thing that I forgot last time. Your shoving his thing is going to succeed, by the way. Okay. When you destroy the bone warrior, it explodes in bone shards. I even put notes right here by the creature's hit points. Bone shards. Okay. So that means each non-skeleton creature within 5 feet of it takes 9 piercing damage, or half if you can succeed on a dexterity saving throw. So Cynus and the Celestial Servant make dexterity saving throws.
6.
14 plus 1.
The 6 is a failure, so that's 9 piercing. And then, what did you say for Cynus?
15. 14 plus 1.
You succeed, so 9 turns to 4. So, yeah.
Okay.
The shrapnel, the sharp chunks just spray all over you. You smash right through it. You barrel into this skeleton here. You're just shoving it back up against this ally. Is that all it is?
Yeah, but I basically want to just
Okay, I'm going to have the ally make a dexterity saving throw or get knocked over. I don't know if it'll matter, but what is your... It's cool narratively.
Yeah, that's great.
It's got a 16. I think that's good enough. That's probably meets your DC on your class features and stuff. So you kind of knock it off kilter. You've shoved the creature, but otherwise you haven't harmed them in any other way.
Gives us a little bit of space. That's all I was trying to do.
The bone drummer. Let me see. Okay. The bone drummer is going to play a wicked clangor on its skull drum. It's actually quite unpleasant to you all. Each of the skeleton's enemies within 30 feet of it and can hear it. So, Cynus and the Celestial Crocodile. Why is it not measuring? Oh, right. Not on the measuring token. The measuring tool. This is going all the way to Mulga. Oh, goodness. Okay. Okay. So we're going to do this one at a time. It's going to be Constitution saving throws. Cynus, make a Constitution saving throw against this horrid vibrato that's like rattling you to the bone. Con save, Cynus.
22. 19
Success.
plus 3.
Yeah,
I'm rolling really well, but I'm also below half health.
Okay, well you weather the storm. You're fine. You're fine. Celestial Servant, Constitution save.
Nope, both me and the Celestial Servant failed. 5
Both
and
of
2.
you failed. Ooh, okay. You each take 7 thunder damage.
Celestial Servant is dead.
All right, it returns back to the spirit realm.
Yeah.
And Mulga makes a Constitution saving throw. Mulga's got a +2 con. Yes. Here we go. A 9 ain't good enough, and he takes 7 thunder damage. Mulga is rattled to the bone as well. That was the drummer. Does it move? Does it move? Yeah, I think it moves. It just kind of jitters back a couple paces. And then we have the actual bone warrior. Its dark inspiration seems to have ended by now. But it can attack. It will attack Cynus, who's already attacking him. Cynus, it makes 2 bone club attacks. It's going to swing at you with a hefty humorous.
AC 15.
23 and 11 for a miss. Whonk! It hits you. 7 bludgeoning damage on that first one. Remus. it is your turn, and madness and mania are filling your mind.
Remus, the first thing he wanted to do was to run down and smash these skeletons, but I don't know if he's gonna see other skeletons that other people can't see. So, but that's what he's trying to do.
Remus, do you have a D3 that you could roll by chance? If not, we can do it with a D6. Just let me know what you have.
I got a 1 on a D6.
You got a 1 on a D6? Okay. You see a foe right in front of you. Make an attack.
Fall and be broken. That is a 13 to hit.
Okay. The attack, your allies really are the ones who see this. Remus is actually attacking himself. And there's just like a whank, and the mace just clangs off of his plating and does not hurt him. And by the end of your turn, the mania calms down and you come back to your senses. I think. Okay, yes. Grazam, we return to you.
I see what's happening back there, and I start shouting at Remus, "We need you! We need you, come here! We have just begun!" And right now Grazam has blood all over. He has blood from his ears from the thunder damage, and he's bleeding all over. He's breathing very heavily. And while I'm seeing the drummer running away, I'm like, "No, you won't, you little bitch!" And I want to start running towards him. Can I reach him without dashing? Because you said we were 30 feet reached.
10,
Reached us.
15, 20, 20. Yes. So if you're okay with being like a little bit cramped in the hallway with your ally there.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, I don't mind.
All right.
It goes.
You're fighting shoulder to shoulder with your ally Cynus against the bony warrior.
And I want to hit him with my club.
Go for it.
15?
15 is a hit.
Cool. 5 bludgeoning damage.
All right, that becomes 7.
Cool. Cool.
And that one. Got it. Yeah, you hit him. He is a skeletal creature. He's noticeably dexterous, and he's wearing bone armor, which is not the best armor in the world. So it is helping him some, but it's just bone. It's not like he's wearing plate or anything.
Okay.
Do you move the spiritual weapon onto him, or something
Yes, please.
else?
Behind him, if that's
Yeah.
okay.
Yep, you can. All right, go ahead and do the attack.
Yes. Sorry. 16 for 9 force damage.
All right, you have done 9 force damage plus a 7 from your club. You are really laying siege to the Vault of Eridoka and its skeletal guardians. Mulga is looking as though he is going insane for delving back into this dark dungeon of dread, disaster, and other nasty words that begin with the letter D. And he checks with Remus. Are you okay? You're back to your senses now.
I'm here to crush the skeletons.
Okay, well, let's make sure you crush the actual skeletons that are actually down that way. And Mulga, I think he's going to do an orb cast. He also has Sacred Flame. The orb cast will do more damage. The Sacred Flame ignores all the cover. let's do the orb cast. It's bludgeoning damage. He likes that. All right, he sends his orb out again. I'll give half cover to the foe once again. Oh, but there's two of you just squeezed up there. I'll give him 3/4 cover. There's got to be some detriment for two of you jamming up in the hallway like that. What's that?
I said, but one of them is a dwarf. 7/16 cover.
He's got a 15 to hit. Not gonna cut it with the cover there. The orb flies back to his hand. Damn. He's considering healing himself again. What do you guys think? He has 3 more d6s of healing. He can do it as a bonus action up to 60 feet. And that's it, per day. Should he save it? I think he'll just step back. He'll just step back to be out of the range of that wicked clangor. And I think that's his tactic. I think he feels better like that. Okay. Because that's a really cool resource, a really cool healing resource, and if you can hold on to that, it could be handy in a pinch. That creature's destroyed. Get out of here. Cynus, son of the Blood Khan. Bold, gladiatorial champion.
Okay. Knowing this thing is injured in front of Cynus, Cynus is going to press the advantage. Seeing the skeletal drummer forced to retreat, I think, is a good sign, and he would take it as a sign from the Blood Khan himself. So he's just going to attack with one of his daggers. 19 to hit.
Yep. That'll do it.
And it'll be 9 damage reduced to 5 or 4 because he's resistant to piercing.
Yep. Okay, 4 damage. Got it.
Still up?
He is, though the creature, now that you've struck it, noticeably is getting worn down. You don't think it's going to be able to withstand much.
Bonus action for the second attack with another dagger.
Okay.
And this one is 21 to hit. And 10 damage reduced to 5.
Your 2 blades jab in there, and you strike it twice. You do not quite fell your foe, but you leave it with many a cracked bone and bits of bone armor chipped off. The thing seems as though one more hit of any kind is going to just reduce it to a bone pile.
Advance! Advance!
He cries out.
Remus, you hear the cry of advance. It seems that your party is on the precipice of victory.
Remus will do so. I don't know how far his natural movement can get him before he has to dash.
You're going to start into a dash as soon as you move from there. Or if you have a ranged attack.
Got a longbow, but I got a shield on, so I can't use it.
Yep.
I will.
Do you have cantrip? Sacred Flame or some other offensive cantrip?
No, I will. Whatever. Do I have line of sight of the bone clang at the drummer from that position?
Yeah, looks like you do. He
Okay.
probably could have moved himself better, but he's just a skeleton. Doesn't exactly have great analytical faculties.
And he's having such a great time. Just
Drop my.
Yeah.
I will
Yeah, I'd say both the
quickly-
skeletons have 3/4 cover from you.
quickly give drop the Mace of Aridoka, 8 Aridoka, so I have a free hand, and then I will cast Guiding Bolt. And that is only a 7. However, I will use my Channel Divinity to bring it up to 17.
You also have inspiration if you want to add
Oh,
that
yes.
into.
I forgot about that. I think
How
I will
about
re-roll.
before you do the channel divinity, do your inspiration advantage roll?
Okay. Okay, that's a 17 with the just as it is. That channel divinity.
Okay, and you're targeting which one?
The drummer.
The drummer? He has 3/4 cover. It doesn't look like it's quite gonna hit. Do you want
Juice
to?
it. Juice it.
Do you want to use your channel divinity?
Use my divine channel divinity. For
All right,
plus
so
10, so that makes it a 27.
The brilliant ray strikes the wall right by the drummer, just missing by a 1/2 inch. Ah! And it like mocks you, and then you hear this like, brrr, this like rumble, and it continues, and it just blasts through and smashes, not smashes, but you know, scours, sears the skeletal drummer right in his laughing face.
12 radiant damage.
Okay, that's pretty substantial.
And the next single attack against him has advantage.
Ooh, okay, don't forget that. Mulga sees you cast that, Remus, and he gives you a wink. I've got more where that came from. Grazam. No, sorry. I've completely misspoken. I've done something totally wrong. What have I done wrong?
The skeletons?
I've skipped the skeletons.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I've skipped the skeletons. Oh my goodness. Okay. It's not a problem. It doesn't actually change anything at all. I'm just going to run the skeletons now. The drummer, he's going to bust out the clangor again. Is it pronounced clangor or clanger? I'm not sure.
Someone in the YouTube comments will correct you, don't worry.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's see. He's going to get in here. And okay, cool. He has like this strap around his shoulders and his back, and then hanging in front of him is this set of skull drums. And he has these 2 humeri, and he just plays like a wild, furious cacophony. Once again, this is going to be affecting, potentially, Cynus, Grazam, and Mulga. No, sorry, not Mulga, Remus this time. Alright, this is a Constitution saving throw. Cynus?
19. 16
You
plus
succeed.
3. I'm
Yes.
rolling so high, and
Yeah.
I'm so close to being
There's just this like,
unconscious.
it's like rattling sensation. Maybe your like actual field of vision like gets blurry from the rattle for a moment.
I'm imagining all the bronze that makes up my body is starting to reverberate too.
Yeah.
With all the noise.
But you withstand it. You're pretty tough. Grazam?
Yeah, I got a 14. I don't know if it's enough.
14 is a success. And Cynus, Remus, make con save.
18.
Also a success. Okay, so it's done no damage with that. And it'll go farther back this time. It doesn't want to get blasted in the face again. All right, so the Bone Warrior, let's call him the Hellion, it will respond in turn to Cynus. The Cynus? Yeah. Yeah, okay. You seem the most engaged with it. It's not particularly intelligent. It's smarter than an animal, but less smart than an actual living person. Here we go. 2 bone club attacks. Nope. Ping, ting, and it just clangs against your plating and does not hurt you. This brings us back to Grazam.
While I'm seeing his fail attempt, I start laughing and I'm saying to him, if you want to do it better, you have to put your heart into it. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I want to hit it with my club. 22.
You hit.
For
Your
6
club
points.
smashes through the creature. It loses an arm. It loses, its leg. The hip gets busted to pieces. Its bone armor gets splintered, and the thing bursts in bone shards. Grazam, make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, shoot.
I know, not your forte.
Yes. Oh, I got a 15. I have this.
15 is good enough. Cynus, you as well. Make a dexterity saving throw.
11. Starting to slip.
That does not do it. You get blasted with spiky bone shrapnel and take 10 piercing damage.
Single digits.
Ooh.
Can I walk up to see the drummer?
Okay. Do you want to go there, or do you want to go right up to the creature?
Okay. While I go there and see right in the corner, do I see anyone else?
You do not see anyone else. You see to the north here, up is north, there is it looks like a larger chamber, maybe a shrine or throne room, something you see. It looks kind of shrine-like. You can see a bit of a dais. To the south, you see a pillar or a stone column that's supporting the ceiling, and there's another larger room. You don't see any other creatures.
Awesome. I want to run up to him. Shouting, not shouting. Let's not shout. For now. Okay, and I want to move my spiritual weapon, if I can, in front of him, just so in case he tries to run, but it's close enough to reach him again.
Mm-hmm. Okay, go ahead and make the attack on that.
Let's go. Oh, 25. Nice.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
I'm rolling very good for 8 force damage. Yeah.
Ooh, okay. That's good. Nice. Grazam really bringing the force of fury to the skeletal foes. And you bear down upon the bone drummer, your spiritual club bashing on it. And this creature does not seem to have as much defensiveness as the stronger warriors. It's a little weaker physically. It's already looking like it's getting worn down. That's Grazam. You go to Mulga now. Mulga. Mulga is hurt. Mulga is suspicious about this place. Does Remus say anything to Mulga as he seems to quickly be weighing the odds, or maybe trying to decide if he wants to rush down there?
If you feel fragile, do not suffer the same fate as Atticus. Wait here.
Yeah, I think I'll do that. Mulga will... What he'll do is he'll post up right there to where he can just peer his head around in his one hand with his orb, but he's getting, some good cover from the wall. And he's gonna cast orb cast as a ready and just hold his orb there, ready to fling it if need be. Cynus.
How tall are the ceilings in this tunnel?
Corridors, tunnels, and smaller. It has about a 10-foot ceiling. The larger room that Grazam is looking at has a vaulted ceiling that rises up noticeably higher, 20 feet or so.
Sick. So I'm going to round this corner at a brisk jog run, and I will attempt to jump over Grazam and the skeleton to land behind it. Should be just enough room for me to dive over with a long jump.
All right. You give a mighty leap.
And that is long jump. The feet up to my strength score, so 16 feet. And my high jump would be 8 feet in the air, which is absurd. But yeah, I should be able to clear them during the very last bit of my movement, if I counted correctly.
Very well. Bang, bang, bang. Whoa!
Yeah, the sound of these clangorous feet falls as metal slams into the stone. And I dive over, land, stand back up, and I'll do the 2 attacks at this thing's back. Flanking with Grazam now, because we have the flanking rules in this.
Yes, indeed. I give you +2 to hit for flanking.
So the on-hand attack is going to be with a dagger, and the off-hand, I'm going to drop the dagger I was holding, pull the club, and use it.
Okay.
So, dagger, club. First attack with the dagger is 16, including the +2.
Yep. That definitely hits.
I rolled maximum on the damage, which is good, 8. So 5 already halved.
You like cut out a rib bone and the thing like it shudders at that.
Still up? Okay.
Barely.
19 to hit with the club.
You bring the club down and just obliterate the thing's skull, and the bony drums clatter to the ground.
Yes.
It does not have bone shards.
Also, yes.
I say with my 6 hit points.
Are they dead?
It is clear.
Are they dead? They're dead? Oh, we've defeated them! Not that I doubted that we would, but I'm thrilled at that. You...
This one was mine, you clayhead. Yeah.
The chair makes me laugh so much.
Sorry
I'm
about
just
that.
imagining that it's something on Grazam scraping the walls of the floor.
It's the spiritual weapon.
So good. You would obviously see that Cynus has like blood leaking out of cracks in his chest and neck, and one of his fingers is mashed up and bloody. He looks really hurt. And he says,
Apologies for stealing your glory.
Ah, something tells me that it has enough glory in here for everyone. Let's find it. It's waiting. I can feel it in my bones. Pun intended.
Cynus and Grazam, particularly Cynus, have a look at this current chamber. It does resemble a shrine. It clearly looks like a shrine. It even has some resemblance to the shrine you saw in the crypt of House Tarbeer's Undercroft. And there is a dais, this rectangular dais here. On the walls there are bas-reliefs depicting hierophants and a high priest calling upon dreadful divine powers. In the eastern wall there is a door made of stone.
so if we're not hearing anything or smelling anything or seeing anything, I think that this will be one of those moments where Cynus takes the bone club and chucks it across the floor, skittering, and picks up his dagger and puts them back into his belt. And he will wait for both Remus and Mulga and offers Grazam a chance. He says,
This is exquisite stone, is it not?
because Cynus is more than worthless in every regard but murdering things. So he stands in the exact center of the room and tries to not get in anyone's way.
Answering him, I don't want to answer him. I want to just run my fingers across the stones and see, with using my stone cunning, see if I can feel the rock or hear its history or understand anything about its architecture, about the age, about the kind of stone it has been used, if it's here from somewhere else. If some places the stone is different, so it maybe have something behind it or that kind of stuff.
Sure. So you pace about the room, studying the stonework, the walls, the floors, the ceiling, the etchings of the bas-reliefs in the stone, even the stony door. And you look it over. It does not seem like an old construction. Not old at all. It's something that's been built likely within this decade. It couldn't be more than 10 years old. It's hewn into the rock of the mountain and supported by the masonry and the columns and such. It doesn't have quite a completeness to it. It seems like whoever built this has not finished it yet. The main parts are there, but it's not quite as, the trimmings are not all there, and someone could certainly put a lot more time and funding in this place and make it more well done. It's decent enough work. It's not dwarven work at all. Clearly human work of this region. It's not foreign. It's not exotic. It doesn't impress you a great deal. It's not bad. It's good enough. And the bas-reliefs are done well enough. So certainly there were experts working on this. But you've seen better. Even at House Tarabir, at Tarabir Palace, you saw better. So if this had more time and more work and more funding put into it, this place could be spectacular. But it's not.
Classic human work. It's not bad, but it does the job, I guess. If the job is to...
Are you applying any? Are you doing any skill check with this? Because I know stone cunning gives you like an expertise if you use a skill or an ability check.
Yes, I would. Yes, it's expertise to history, if I already have. So yes, I would like to do something like that using my guidance. So let's see. History. Okay, that's 23 plus 4, 27.
It's quite a high result. Yeah, that's quite a high result. So the place doesn't have much history to it in terms of it's not very old. But there are some things that we could call them historical. For one, these bas-reliefs depicting this group of hierophants and then the high priest. That's the structure or the hierarchy of the religion that the House Tarabir follows. And other people of this region of the world as well. It's called Matristrianism. It's this dual this dual religion of the god of war and the goddess of grain and harvest. The dark or dreadful divine powers that the hierophants and then the high priest, who's like the one above them all, like the hierophant who rose to the higher rank. It doesn't make you think of a Matristrian rite. It certainly is religious, or I should say divine magic. but it actually makes you think more of the Lord of War. It makes you think more of the Blood Khan, because he's a very neutral god. He is not a god that deals in much to do with moralities and ethics and compassion. He's not evil, so, you know, he doesn't promote exploiting and harming anyone and everyone, even innocent people, but he doesn't particularly have qualms either. A brutal and bloody god, a god of battle, a god of strife, a god of competition. We have a Ichoriite Gladiator in front of you who's participated in the blood sport in this god's name. And so you think more of that kind of divine power, not the matristrianism of the Tarbir Palace, which is more like, you know, you've got the patriarchal figure that's like forging and smithing and building and architecture and crafting, and then the matriarchal figure who's, you know, grains and earth and nourishment and harvest and bread and even, you know, brewing of beers and ales and things.
Okay, I want to share everything with the others, all that information, and pointing out that we also saw something relevant to the previous tombs that we saw in Tarabir. That the same god had his hand there too. So, okay. And then I collapsed on the
Cynus,
ground.
Remus, do you all have any opinion about this?
Remus will look for the divot that was in the center of the dais in the previous crypt. Is there a divot there as well?
There's not. There is this stone door. Grazam, you inspected the room and you did your stone cunning. It doesn't look like this door is built with any kind of lock or mechanism or anything. Just kind of a basic stone door.
Seems like a basic stone human wall. No ornaments and just plain.
Should we open this door or should we travel down to the south?
Or take a breather.
If you need it, take it.
You notice,
Of course I don't need it.
I'm for that, says Mulga.
You notice the Cynus has not moved. He is stock perfectly still already in the process of taking a short rest.
Remus is fine, and he will walk down to the T intersection and stand at attention.
Remus, you step towards the south. Are you wanting to be there? Oh,
That's
sorry, I
Cynus.
moved the wrong
Wrong
token.
one.
Are you wanting to be there?
Yes.
Okay. And you are taking the role of sentry as the party is taking a breather.
Mm-hmm.
A short rest passes. There's something that you notice, but it's not an urgent thing, so we can do hit dice, like roll hit dice for healing first, and then I can tell you about it. So Mulga is going to do that. And it is a good thing that he did not use the rest of his, what is it called? Divine, what is it? Light of healing? Healing light. So he still has a 3d6 of that. Okay, 9. Brings him to 20. And 10 gets him to 30 out of 31. He rolled excellent. on his hit dice. What about Cynus?
Cynus spends all 4 and gets back 32, which brings him to...
Did you use your second wind before doing that?
Yeah.
Relax. I got you. Relax. Which brings him to 38 in the second wind before the rest. Brings him to...
Oh my gosh! Mulga gets his spell slots back after a short rest, and he has Cure Wounds. Here, this might help you. He places a hand upon Cynus. And he gives you another 14 hit points of healing.
With that, I'm back up to max. I was 6 under, so with the 14, that brings me back up to a total of 49. And then I get my action surge back. Do I get prowess back on a short rest? Yes. Get back my prowess point and second wind. So I'm back up in fighting shape. I just don't have any hit dice.
As you all have rested in this shrine and corridor, it's really the shrine, the people in the shrine, that this most concerns. Make a perception check.
Only shrine people? Perception check?
Yes.
Okay.
My rolls are tanking. 3.
18.
Grazam. This is very fitting that it's the dwarf, actually. There is just a faint whiff of stink coming from that stone door. It's definitely not you. You have a bouquet of various aromas that waft off of you. But it is not one of these. It is not the smell. It's a slight stench you're picking up.
Like a decay? Could I
Yeah.
maybe
Yes.
estimate it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, like a decay. Like a
Okay.
like a dead body, a dead animal.
I don't want to alert you, but something is dead here. I know, it's a shocker, but just to be sure, I want to cast Aid to everyone. Everyone has +5 to their maximum HP, and I want to slowly approach the door. And can I look at the others before opening it.
Cynus just nods. And draws 2 daggers.
Okay. I'm trying to push it.
Okay. You push the door. It opens readily. You actually pull it. It pulls open readily. And here is a room that truly is dark. You can see it by way of your dwarven dark vision. You can see as though it were low light, dim light. What can I tell you about this room? I can tell you something. There's no ever-burning sconce here. It's a dark, shadowy room. You see that it has a stone table, or maybe stone altar. It looks like there's some kind of racks or cabinets in there.
Okay, it seems empty, fellas. Wanna go take a look?
Remus will take something from his backpack. He'll take a pitten. He'll cast the light spell on it as he holds it, and it's a dull red light, not a shining brilliant white, but a warning of red, and he'll throw it into the chamber.
Remus, you throw the piton into the chamber, and it emanates this red light, filling it up. Nothing happened, Mulga whispers. I've got something. Mulga holds up his orb, and he kind of whispers to it, and wiggles his fingers over it. I guess he has a spear, so maybe he'll hold his spear over to the side and then pass his hands over it. And you see inside of the orb forms this image of a Remus. And then he projects this image out of the orb, and then there's this illusory Remus that goes marching into this shadowy room. It doesn't make any noise. It is a silent image, but it otherwise looks much like you. And it goes in there and strikes this battle stance and draws a weapon and looks about. Anything happen? Did I draw more skeletons or zombies out of the shadows?
No.
Indeed, nothing happened.
An impressive figure, however.
Thanks.
Cynus will follow after this depiction of Remus. He'll go down that hallway as well.
All right, Cynus, you come into the room, and Mulga also has the light cantrip, and he will put it on his spearhead, and he'll just have it be a nice, natural light color to help himself and other people see. Does the whole party want to go into this room?
Yes.
I just visualize how creepy it would be for Cynus to be standing there in this blood red light with these huge cast shadows on the walls.
So, Cynus, you're in there first, and looking around, as I mentioned, there's this stone table or maybe altar. It's not particularly decorated, though, so it's a bit plain. There is a wall rack that has various instruments used for medical practices, surgery, those kinds of instruments. And there's a cabinet with some shut cabinet doors. And then the rest of the party comes in and sees this. And now that Mulga's natural light overtakes the red light, another detail comes into focus. The surface of the stone table has pink tan discolorations on it, blood stains, clearly. There's another stone door that's identical to the one you just opened, in the southern, kind of southeastern corner. And Grazam, that stink, you can smell it a bit more now in this room, and it is emanating from that door. So there's a rack with instruments on it of surgery or torture, a shut cabinet, this blood-stained stone table, and a door that Grazam is smelling an even stronger waft of stench.
Oh yeah, it's coming from there, definitely. And I swear it's not me.
Remus will open the cabinet.
You find more of these instruments inside the cabinet, Remus. You can collect a kit or a pouch of them that can function as a healer's kit. There are also some vials, and one of them has a liquid in it. It's a mostly clear liquid. Maybe has a slight golden hue to it.
Does anyone know what this could be? Holds up the liquid.
Mulga, do you maybe
I'll take a look.
can see if this is a magical potion? And I cast guidance.
He unstoppers it. Smells like a healing potion. He thinks it's a potion of healing.
Okay, can I do a medicine check to be sure?
You can make an Arcana check, and Mulga will make one as well. Yep.
Okay, I'll let Mulga make one, and I will guide him.
Can't be too careful.
He comes up with a 19 Arcana. I feel quite certain this is a basic potion of healing. This whole chamber seems to be just as much to cure someone as it is to dissect them or torture them or flay them, for that matter. Who should hold on to this?
Someone who has not healing in his agenda.
Cynus.
He stretches out one bronzed hand, and the vial gets put into it. He crams it into his girdle.
Isn't
Very
it
well.
weird? Oh, sorry.
That's it.
Remus will take the medicine kit.
Okay.
Isn't it weird that there is a healing potion here?
It is a bit unsettling. It only adds to the entire feeling I have about this place. There's something not right about it. I
Can I have the healing potion?
I don't know what has happened in this chamber or in that shrine, for that matter. What practices were performed. Those skeletons had to have come from someone, some people.
Well, the skeleton tried to come this way, so I guess.
Well,
They
yeah,
have
he was
a-
running from you all. You were going to bring his doom. You did bring his doom.
Yeah, but he didn't run down. He ran up. Maybe there's a reason. I don't know.
Could be.
Let me see. But, Cynus, can I have the healing potion, please?
Cynus fishes it back out of the girdle. I'm imagining there's the little scrape of glass on bronze. And he hands it to you. And then he goes over to the door and starts opening it unless somebody stops him.
DM, I want to put, if I can hide it, because I know they won't like it, but I want to put some sugar moss inside the healing potion, so that whenever someone drinks the healing potion has +4 to the healing. Because I'm a swamp dwarf from Esper's book.
Grazam has added sugar moss of his swamp dwarven persuasion to the healing potion, so it is now a 2d4 plus 6 when you drink it. Are you handing it back to Cynus?
Pushes it between the girdle and his literally carved abs.
There you are. You have an improved potion of healing. You go to the door, and Mulga, just flits over into the corridor because he doesn't trust anything in this place. Are you opening the door? Yeah?
Yes.
You open the door, and the stink that I described hits you. There is a slope going down.
There's
a sloping tunnel leading down to a room, and this place looks cruder. It doesn't look like it's finished at all.
Does this have the look of the same type of blasted passageway that we found in the previous crypt where we fought the
Obaradin?
Name. Obaradin, yes.
It's a good question. Yeah, it's a good question. In general, yes. A crudely hewn area that does not have finishings and masonry, and this stench is wafting up from down the slope. It's bad. It just smells like rotting, rancid decay.
Cynus will slide the piton across the floor and kick it down the slope, and as it goes tumbling down the slope with the light, he goes behind it.
Okay.
He's under the impression that now that the door is open, if there is something down there, we cannot leave it, right? So he may as well just go and hope that everyone has his back.
Remus will follow Cynus closely.
Okay.
I follow as silently as I can.
There is a pit, and this is where the stench is wafting from. And once you get there, the stench becomes unbearable. And as you dare to peer down, at the bottom of the pit has a mass of viscera, rotting flesh, skin, innards. It's just a fleshy refuse heap. And it
The offal from the skeleton.
And it starts moving. Yeah, this thing's alive. Roll for initiative. Or not. You can just stand there and let it drag you down and turn you into part of the flesh pit.
Hashtag flesh pit. You can find
Flesh
your
gang.
own flesh pit at esperthebard.com/shop.
What?
Remus got an 18.
I also got an 18.
Who's got the higher dex score between you two?
Dexterity
It's
is
one.
13.
We both
both
got
have 13?
12. And
Okay.
12. 12.
What about Grazam?
12. I got a 12.
Very well. Cynus, you came down here. You came to see what was here. There is a crude lower chamber with a pit of cast-off innards and flesh and gore and viscera, and it's unbearable. You probably were about to just leave because it's just so horrifically, both in aspect and in smell. And then it moves. It quivers, and it looks like it's about ready to ooze up out of that pit at you. And I have a nice little flavor text I can read. The stench comes first, then the slopping noises, and finally the awful sight, a dripping mass of gore interspersed by strands of slime. All right, so we're starting off at your turn, though I think I need to check a thing that happens when you start there. Yeah. The gruesome sight, disgusting sounds, and repulsive stench of this is overwhelming. Whenever a non-ooze creature enters within 30 feet of, or starts its turn there, must make a Constitution saving throw. Constitution saving throw, Cynus.
17. 14 plus 3.
All right, that is a success. So whatever, overwhelming grotesquerie, you, just with pure grit bear through it. So nothing happens to you, and you will no longer be at risk of this trait for 24 hours. So we can ignore this a grotesquerie thing for you now. Proceed. Proceed.
I see that we're all shoulder to shoulder, butt to back in this place. Is there a way that I can push past everyone just
Not
to get
Mulga.
the fuck out of here?
Not Mulga. Yeah, you can. Yep.
Hashtag not Mulga.
Yeah. The slope is difficult terrain, but if you want, you can move. The creature. You are aware that the creature will make an attack of opportunity. Does that matter to you?
I was going to disengage and move.
You want to disengage and move? Okay.
Yeah. Because if I'm this close to it, I'm imagining that it may be able to pull me down. And I'm going to move.
Hey, there you go.
I'll probably just move all the way back.
All right, you disengage and you up the slope. Yeah,
move. Because I know if it very nearly made me sick with my +3 and no need to ever eat or drink, that it's probably going to hurt everyone, especially the dwarf. So when I get up here, it does nothing mechanically, but Grazam will feel Cynus grab the back of your collar as if to drag you along with him.
Remus, we turn to you now. What is your wish, Remus?
This foul thing can stay here, and then I will move my way up, and I guess I'll push. I don't know if you will let me, but I'll shove Grazam back up. I'll bowl him back up the slope.
Are you willing to spend an action?
Yes.
Yes, you are. And Grazam, you're willing to let him do this to you?
Okay, yes, I don't understand fully why we're doing that, but okay.
Okay.
I trust him for now.
All right, there you go. So Remus just shoves you up, and you let him do it, and he just go, and
he's the chosen one, so yes.
You get out of there. So the creature beat Grazam and Mulga on initiative, and it is moving now. The thing flows amorphously, and I don't think it can quite do that. No, not quite. Okay, so here's what I imagine. You're all like, go, and like shoving each other and like hurriedly trying to get up this sloping tunnel. And Cynus, who was at the front, is now, at the back as you all have pushed past him. He was a little bit more careful and slow and cautious with his movements, whereas the others just bolted as best you could. And I've not revealed the freaking creature token. Oh my gosh. Here, let's do this. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna change our ambience. Okay, I think that's nice. There it is. Yes, there's the thing.
Awful pile.
Yeah, it is awful. And it's just flowing mass, reaching and stretching out a gory bit towards Cynus. I guess technically this counts as a slam attack. And here's an attack to hit Cynus. It's a 22.
Protection, fighting style. Remus will swing his shield to bat away the gory appendage.
Okay, I love it. That gives disadvantage?
Disadvantage.
All right, you impose disadvantage on the fleshy mass, so I'm going to do another d20 roll and see if it's lower.
I'm tired of being hurt by oozes.
A 15.
A 15 meets beats.
It meets Remus's shield and just batters against it. So you just have this like dripping, oozy, acidic, gory blood splatter on your shield. Just that.
I think Cynus was saying that is his AC.
It is 15. So
your AC is 15.
Yes.
Oh. and then
If we
the
hit
mass
the-
wraps around the shield and splatters onto you. Oh my. Okay, here we go. All right, let's add this up. It's partially bludgeoning, it's partially acid. It's 26 damage total. And you must make a lovely Constitution saving throw.
How much damage did he say?
26.
Okay.
23.
damage.
I rolled a natural 20 on the Constitution saving throw.
Well done. So other than getting bludgeoned and hit with some kind of disgusting digestive acids, you're fine. I completely forgot to roll the grotesquerie thing of the others. We'll say they couldn't quite see. Well, it's not just the sight; it's the sound and the stench too. Oh my. Okay, whatever.
Well, it would definitely be
it'd be
affecting now.
weird for me to retcon it now. So I'll just remember at the start of their next turns. So it is Grazam's turn, and Grazam, you need to make at the start of your turn a Constitution saving throw because of the repulsiveness of this creature. So we're going to see if you can maintain your composure.
Oh boy. Okay, that's good. 19.
19's enough. All right, so you are immune to the grotesquerie feature of this creature from now on. Proceed.
Why are we running? Are we here to cleanse this place? And I want to summon a blade of death. That's a cantrip from the book, and I want to release it towards this disgusting creature. Well, I've had nights that went kind of like this. I wanna try and hit it.
All right, go ahead and make your attack. I will give it half cover.
Okay. Cool. Okay. That's a 9.
That's a 9. You actually hit the thing just barely, but you hit it, even with the half cover. It's just a slimy bit of intestines and gore and flesh, and it's very slow. It's not agile, so it's very easy to strike this creature.
Okay, awesome. So it does necrotic damage.
That's right. AC 7, folks. AC 7. All right. What kind of damage are we looking at?
Yes, give me 1 second. I have it here. 1d8 necrotic damage. 5 necrotic damage.
It clearly is not fully affected by that. It's resisting necrotic damage. So you do a mere 2, and that is almost imperceptible amount of damage. This thing is a big mass.
Okay.
Oh.
Maybe we run. And I want to run.
Maybe.
Now you're talking intelligently. says Mulga. All right, so are you moving?
Yes, I want to run into the corridor. We can lock it here and close the doors. So I want to run.
All right, you run to there. It is Mulga's turn. Ugh! And he makes a Constitution saving throw. He got a 17, and he as well succeeded on the save against the grotesquerie. So he likes this idea of getting away from the creature. So I think he's going to do a ranged something and then move. So he could do orb cast at a range. He could do sacred flame. Oh, by the way, as a warlock invocation, he can cast Mage Armor at will. He can also cast that Silent Image at will. So he always has Mage Armor on. Just want to put that out there right now. Okay. He has some other abilities that... Oh, that might be cool. He likes this idea. Okay. Mulga's a clever fellow. He sees this as a slow creature, and he casts a spell, which is a flaming sphere. He'll put a flaming sphere rolling and, ramming onto this flowing flesh ooze, and it makes a dexterity saving throw, which it seems to be quite not dexterous. Here we go. Yep, that's totally a fail. And there is 7 fire damage. Yeah. Oh, the smell is
burning organs.
The smell,
Delicious.
yeah, burning, rotting organs. The smell is just something else. And he'll go ahead and move back a ways. Yeah, maybe like that. I think that's probably good. Maybe like that. Yeah, that sounds good. All right, Cynus, it is your turn. This thing is right on your heels. It just smacked you, and the force of the bludgeon was bad enough, but this acidic slime it has on it is also terrible. But there's this like orb of fire, the sphere of flame that's starting to singe it.
The sphere of flame, when it appears in front of me, illuminates the fact that Cynus is smoking from the acid that's burning his flesh and bubbling and pitting his chest and arm where he tried to block this tendril that hit him. He is very, very hurt by that single attack, and he will do the exact same thing he did before, and he will disengage now that he's on flat ground and move a full 30 feet away from it in the hopes it cannot catch up. He also, we saw the door when we went downstairs, but there's the door in front of us now. Does it look like there's a gap in this door at all? Because we saw oozes last time squeezed through little gaps and shit.
A little bit. It's just a little crack. It's just a tiny little crack.
It's just a 1-inch crack? Is that what he's describing it?
Because when we last fought the amoeba-like ooze dogs, they squeezed through bars and little gaps and shit to murder me. So Cynus is basically just saying, "Move, move, move."
How about we turn to Remus
bonus
now?
action.
Remus, what are you doing? The thing is...
I think I need to make a con save, don't I?
Oh, you do.
Because it's Stinky Boy. Well, that's going to be a 12.
Remus, you are overwhelmed by the gruesome sight, disgusting sounds, and repulsive stench of the monster. You are incapacitated by that. So you are basically like, it's just overwhelming you. Now, it is only incapacitated. It's not speed of 0. So you still can move your speed. You just have no action.
Okay, I guess I'll just stumble my way.
Yeah, you stagger away. If you weren't an Ichoriite, you'd probably be like heaving and retching. You want to go right there with Grazam, like right in front of the door?
Yeah, just about.
Okay. The monster. Alright, so that's its speed. It's not particularly fast. Oh, here we go. This is what it's going to do. So, let's see, that's 10.
It's dashing.
It's more than just dash. It has actually entered your spaces. It has entered your spaces. It moves up to its speed, and when it does so, it enters large and smaller creature spaces. Whenever it enters a creature's space, the creature can make a dexterity saving. Okay. Cynus, make a dexterity saving throw.
Thank fucking Christ. 19.
All right. So it's in
18
your
plus
space,
1.
but you like avoid the worst of it. So you're probably stepping on the thing, but like you're stepping on it. It's not engulfing you. You're keeping it like smushed down in your space.
Does it shunt me like a gelatinous cube would, or am I just on top of it?
You're just in the same space.
Okay.
Yeah, because the gelatinous cube literally occupies 10 by 10 solidly. This thing, you're just smushing it down. It's not a full cube. Okay, so let's do a dexterity saving throw for Grazam.
If I die from a nose that smells worse than me,
Why are we running from it? Why are we running from it? Stand aside.
okay. 14.
14. You are engulfed by this thing. And Remus, make a dexterity saving throw.
We can beat
It's just like
That's a
crawling over your mouth and
16.
That is a success. So you, much like Cynus, don't actually get engulfed by it. You keep yourself on top of the flowing mass. Okay, what happens to poor Grazam? On a failed save. Oh my. Okay. Here's acid damage, Grazam.
I didn't like that. Oh my.
12 acid damage is what you are suffering initially here. And you must make a Constitution saving throw.
$18.
18 succeeds. While you are inside the mass of this thing, engulfed, you cannot breathe. You are blinded and restrained. It's just got you inside the mass of it. So you don't see anything. You're just stuck in there. And you feel this acidicness like starting to burn at you. It is your turn, Grazam.
Do I take any damage?
Not right now. No, but
That's good.
what do you? What's your?
I'm
What's
restrained.
your impulse here?
You said I'm restrained?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I will not die in this shithole. Literally. What I'm going to do, I will.
Uh-oh. You're freezing. You're freezing,
He
Grazam.
said, "I will." And then,
Yes, because I was.
He's very
because I was
restrained.
eating
Very, very restrained.
my-
Just
because
okay.
I was eating my child.
Just to let you know, like if Grazam's first thought is like, I gotta get out of this, I gotta fight my way out of this, you can do that. You can
Yeah.
make a strength check to try to escape.
Yeah, what I'm going to do is I will glow, and I want to do my channel divinity trial of ascension.
Okay.
Which says that as a bonus action, you levitate. Okay, before I do that, how high was the corridor? I would know that.
10 feet. The corridor is 10
I
feet.
wonder-
The shrine is 20 feet. It has a high vaulted ceiling.
Okay, but I can't see where, if I'm in the shrine or not. I
You're
assume I'm in the corridor.
you are in the corridor. You're inside you're inside the flesh ooze inside the corridor.
Yeah.
Inside
I will
the
try and
dungeon.
get out.
Inside the
Inside the
minotaur.
dungeon. Yes.
I will try to
Are
get out.
you wanting me to give you like a DM ruling on the trial of ascension? Like, would it help you out of the situation?
No, I won't do it because it says up to 20 feet, and if the corridor is 10 feet and the creature can reach me, I don't want to do this.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it's no more.
That's wise.
I want to crawl out of it.
Yeah. Here's what I imagine. I imagine first you would want to get unrestrained, because I don't think you can fly out of the thing while it's still restraining you. But it's just a bonus action to do your trials thing. So maybe with your action, you break out, and then as your bonus action, you fly up into the domed ceiling.
Yep.
It would have an opportunity attack, but it doesn't seem to.
No,
It doesn't seem to grapple on an attack. So there's at least that.
No, the ascension does not provoke opportunity.
Oh, that's right. It doesn't provoke. Of course, it doesn't provoke. Why the hell would I have made that thing provoke? Duh.
But you need to escape first, right?
I have to escape.
Okay,
first.
okay.
Come on.
We're on
You
the
do
right
this.
track. We're on the right track. All right, strength. Just a strength check.
Twelve 20, baby. 22.
Woo! All right, Grazam, you claw your way out and pull your way free of the mass and the muck. You end up prone right there. You just get yourself out.
He's slightly more cleaner.
the other thing is cleaned him off a little bit, actually.
Yeah.
No, it's terrible,
Awesome.
and the stench is on you. It's so awful, and then you enter your trial of ascension, and you like radiant celestial light beams off of you, and you lift up into the air 20 feet. So you're basically up
Yes.
at like the peak of the domed shrine. A very apropos place to use this feature, I must say.
Yeah, I want
And-
to just while I'm doing that, if I may say it, I start singing like, "May the skies open their arms to accept the divine. May the clouds tear apart as the glory passes through them. Get your filthy ass hands off of me!" And I get up, and I need to roll a die.
Now comes the actual trial. Make a wisdom check, and it includes a bonus equal to your cleric level. So I think you've got a plus 8 total.
Okay, let's see. Wisdom check. 18, which means until the end of my next turn, I have a flying speed of 30 feet, and I resist all non-magical damage.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay, excellent. So you can fly some right now if you want, because that's just your speed. Yeah, you haven't. Let's see. You were knocked prone, so I guess you spend half your speed to kind of orient yourself there in the air, and you've got 15 feet to fly if you want.
Okay. How high is the ceiling?
20. Yeah, you're already up.
Okay.
Yeah, you're already up
Okay.
there, like at the dome at the top.
Okay, let's go further away.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, maybe you want to go over there.
I definitely want to go over there. Yes.
Okay.
Yep. That's my plan.
Awesome. That was great. That was like about the best thing you could do in that situation.
Yep.
It is Mulga's turn, and Mulga is not quite so prickish as to say "I told you so," but he will do something. He will. Oh gosh, what does Mulga want to do? Mulga.
Move
Maybe
the
it's
flaming
flaming orb.
sphere.
Mulga can flaming sphere. Is it a bonus action to do that? I don't know if it's a bonus or a full action. Let me see.
I believe it's a bonus if it's already cast.
Flaming sphere.
Confirmed. As a bonus action, you can move the
Yep,
sphere up to 30
up to
feet.
30 feet. Okay, cool. So, up to 30 feet. Come hither, flaming sphere. Bam! Okay, so Flaming Sphere is rolling up against the ooze. It makes a dexterity saving throw of... Ooh, it actually turned up with a 14. I think that saves. I think so. I think Mulga's got a DC 13. Yeah, he does. Does take half damage? Yeah, half damage on a failed save. So it's at least some damage, and that was just his bonus action. 7 turns to 3. Yep. So 3 damage.
The most damage we've done to it.
Yeah, well, he did, what was it, 10 with the first round of the Flaming Sphere. Okay. So, he's concentrating on Flaming Sphere. That lasts for 1 minute. Okay. Flaming Sphere. That lasts for 10 rounds. We've gone through 1 round already. Okay. I guess we're in the second round of it now. It's done the thing twice. Okay. So, okay, Mulga. He is tempted. He is tempted to dash. He's tempted to double move. Because the thing moved, and then it engulfed. That seems to be what it does. So, I think Mulga wants to put more distance. He doesn't know what's down there in that chamber. With all you've seen so far is that it's kind of a bigger room, and there's some kind of column or pillar. So, Mulga is going to go to where things are known. Yeah. Okay, so he'll go there. Yeah. That seems like what Mulga would do. If you guys are welcome to give me your feedback on running him. This could be a
That's
team.
about what I would expect Mulga to do.
So, yeah, let me know if I'm doing something that's completely out of character for Mulga. Okay. Mulga. Cynus, you are amidst the creature, but it has not engulfed you.
Knowing full well, I do not know what Remus has in their arsenal, but knowing full well this may spell the actual literal death of Remus, Cynus is going to action, disengage, move 30 feet, following Mulga. I think he's going to stay straight southward down the hallway, though. He's not going to go off to where we went. Because he is afraid of that door. And then he is going to action surge, and he is going to dash, and he is going to move another 30 feet down that hallway, hoping that if they get far enough away from the ooze, it will lose interest. Because it hit him far too hard for him to believe that he is capable of taking it down. Can you move Cynus southward?
Oh, just southward.
Yes.
Oh, now I see why you said that. Okay. All right. So 30 feet gets you to there, and you can actually see into this room. Well, now it's well lit. It's a large room. Has a higher ceiling. The ceiling in this room is 25 feet. There are 2 sturdy columns, stone columns that support the ceiling, and there are also 2 stone doors. They look basically identical to the other doors that you've seen so far, and the room has something. It has a fresco. Yeah. So the walls of this large room, they're filled with frescoes, many frescoes. And I know you're not really, taking the time to study artwork right now, but just at a, just quick glance, quick glance, there is a familiarity to the frescoes. Something about them, it's like something you've seen before. Like in your past, in your life.
Mm-hmm. I think that's it. When he gets here, I think it was Guax said that the amoeba dogs that we fought didn't have eyes, and something about standing still. Like, I can't remember exactly who said something like that, but he's just gonna get here and stand still. He doesn't know what else he can really do, and he's also in the pitch fucking dark, other than the light that Mulga's casting.
This room's lit up.
You can barely see. It is? Oh, yeah. Thank Christ. Yep. So yeah, he just stands here nice and still, and does not know what to say that could ever help Remus, but he hopes that our God has doted a way out of this upon him.
Okay. Well, we will see if that is the case. Remus, it is your turn. You must make a Constitution saving throw against the grotesquerie.
I beat it last time. Does it make me immune, or do you make it every turn?
I thought you failed last time.
Oh, I did.
That incapacitated you. Yeah.
Oh, it's still going to be a 10 total.
Ooh. No. You are overwhelmed, just staggering from this grotesque
and you can't
abomination.
Action surge once you're incapacitated, right? It's like you just don't have actions.
You can't take actions.
So, yeah, I will move 5 feet away from this creature. Just stepping into the room with Mulga.
Okay.
Can I try and close the door? Can I lean against the door
I would say
aggressively?
since it is such a simple door that yes, you can close it. You probably don't close it quickly or with any great amount of force, but you just
that's all I can do.
You push it closed. It pulls open into the shrine and you push it closed. Yeah, just a simple object interaction. I'm fine with that because it's not anything special about the door. Okay. You see the gory bits start squeezing through. The blob is coming through the tiny cracks.
Had to test it, so might as well.
And you really are too overwhelmed to even fight off any kind of opposed contested checks anyhow. Well, actually, that's not quite true. That's not quite true. Like, if somebody tried to grapple you, you could still do your opposed check. You just couldn't, like, be, like, holding the door shut. Yeah, like initiating it. Exactly. Yeah. You know what else you can do? Is, you can make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. Oh, it's also...
Great.
That's a 9 total.
No!
How sweet.
You know, it's gonna be so sad if both your characters die in this dungeon. Don't die! Okay, so you have been engulfed, Remus. The thing is all over you. It deals 19 acid damage.
19.
Yes.
Okay.
And so you are trapped inside the thing. You can't see anything, and you're restrained, and you're, like, overwhelmed. Like, it's not good. It's really not good. So
And we've done 15 damage to it so far? Looking great.
12.
Everybody.
12. Yeah.
We did 10 with the flaming sphere, and then Blade of Disaster did 2 because it was halved, and then 3 from the flaming sphere hitting it again, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay. So,
yeah, we're doing great.
So
it's a fun time.
But it's all the hit points that are, it's...
So,
I'm sure it only has 20 hit points.
Looks like a lot of bodies went into this flesh ooze here. So, since I am responsible for a player character at the moment, I'm participating in this dungeon somewhat like a player character. And I'm going to try to be in character as much as possible, but some things I'm going to translate them out of game. It's actually Grazam's turn, so we'll get back to Mulga in a second. It's actually Grazam. So, Grazam, you are up at like the apex of this vaulted shrine. You see Remus get engulfed, and the thing like just blobbed through the cracks of the door.
I want to shout to everyone, "Come back here! Remus is in trouble! Our savior is in trouble!" And...
Oh my gosh, hold on just 1 second, Grazam. Sorry. Okay, the ooze actually moved farther, and it just Remus is inside the thing as it goes.
I mount.
There we are. Okay. Continue. Grazam's shouting all of that, and the thing is like, down there beneath you. And at the end of this turn, you'll come down from the air. So
that's correct.
Do what you think is the right thing to do.
I don't know. Okay. As far as I'm concerned, my life is totally connected with Remus's life. So I will open my hands, I will clasp my palms together, and I will do a guiding bolt.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Guiding bolt, sure.
Yeah. 25 to hit.
Oh yeah. You easily hit the creature.
Okay, and that's 13 radiant damage.
Okay. All right. That's good. That's the best hit so far against this thing.
Awesome. And now what I want to do before I come down, I want to go to the other way where the door is, from where we came.
Okay.
Yeah.
You fly 30 feet this way?
Not on fair, maybe a little bit closer to the door. Okay, yeah, yes, somewhere there. Also, I don't have 30 feet, I have 25 feet because I'm dwarf.
The Trial of Ascension gives you a 30-foot flying speed.
Oh yes, that's right, you're correct. Now it's over. That's my turn.
Do you have a bonus action of any kind?
Why are you saying like that?
Obviously,
I'm a little bit concerned.
Anyone has anything, use it.
Yeah.
I don't have a bonus action to do with...
No? Okay.
No.
No more spiritual weapons up in your...
I cannot use two spells.
Oh, you've cast a guiding bolt. That is true. Okay.
Yes.
Yep, that is true. Okay, very well. So the end of your turn comes, and you back down to the ground. Okay. It is Mulga's turn. Mulga, come hithers again on his flaming sphere. And he's just assuming that on the way of hither, it's going to be slamming into the ooze, which it does. And the ooze makes a dexterity saving throw. And it fails, because it's a slow, not agile ooze. And it gets burned for 5 fire damage. That's something. And then Mulga... I would say he can see the ooze, but it has 3/4 cover. So what can Mulga do with that? What can Mulga do with
Sacred Flame.
Sacred Flame is an option. Sacred Flame is definitely an option. Orb Cast
Destroy
does...
ooze?
Orb Cast does more damage.
Disintegrate? Power word kill?
Wall of Stone would be dope if you have it. Just cover the whole thing.
Banishment! Make that con save, you
that
sucker!
That would be great. Unfortunate.
Orb Cast does more damage. He does have to hit it with an attack, and has 3/4 cover. But it's
Do the orb cast.
Its natural AC
because-
is very low.
Yeah, it's slow and lumbering.
He has one more second level spell slot. He's concentrating on Flaming Sphere. He can cast a Guiding Bolt. He'll be attacking the thing, making a spell attack. He can... I'm trying to think what else he could use in this situation. He's not going to worry about illusions because this is like
Daisy
a blind...
chain.
A blind...
By the
My
way, he
vote
has
is
a
to
bundle.
daisy chain the guiding bolt because he already
Have
has
advantage.
advantage on it, and if he hits it, he gives advantage
Yeah.
to the next
Is
person.
it 4d6 damage on Guiding Bolt?
Yes.
Yes. Radiant.
And since it's second level,
Upcast, it'll be
right?
5d6 because it's a second level spell slot.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
That is not bad. Okay, he's going for it. And as soon as he can see Remus, he can do 3d6 of healing with his healing light. Okay. So, Guiding Bolt with advantage from Grazam's Guiding Bolt. This is good. He likes this. I think this is nice. Yeah, natural 19. That is a hit. There is 5d6 of radiant damage. Solid. Rolled pretty good on the damage. 10, 17, 19 damage. Okay, there's 19. Yeah, 19. The next attack against the ooze again will have advantage. And Mulga's gonna back up a little bit as well. He's quite leery about this thing, understandably so. That was the third round of Flaming Sphere. Cynus.
All right. Main hand. Cynus is going to pull his chakram and hurl it at the ooze.
Cool.
He certainly hits with an 18 on the die
Mm-hmm.
for 8 slashing damage.
Slashing damage is good.
Yes.
8.
Chakram does not come back because it is not magical.
Yep.
He will then throw one of his daggers.
Okay.
He realizes that probably, since it's an ooze, it has resistance, right? But he does roll a d10 for daggers, and he did roll a 7 plus 3 for 10, so 5 piercing damage.
Yeah, it does resist piercing. You
Yep.
stab into a big squishy mass.
Still 5. It's decent.
You've halved it to 5 already?
Yes, it was 10
Oh, okay.
total damage. I already
Okay.
halved it for you to 5.
Okay. Gotcha. I'm with you now.
And I don't have disadvantage because of Dagger Expert. I can throw all the way long
Yeah.
range.
Yeah. Nice.
And then I will back up to that column behind me.
Just like that?
Yeah. Because we have a triangle right now, and we don't know where it's going to go. So if it goes through the Flaming Spear to get to Grazam, great. If it tries to chase Mulga, Bo can go out the door and let it get beamed to death, I think. And if it comes to me, then I can go around the room and try to run from it. So, best we can do.
Okay. Okay. Remus. Start of your turn. You must make a Constitution saving throw as you are inside the grotesquerie.
Okay. 13.
13 is not enough.
Even with +5, I still just keep getting just single digits on my dice.
That means you don't have an action to escape either, do you?
Nope.
Yeah.
No action.
This is
Is it
gonna
a
be
free
bad.
action to suffer?
This is gonna be bad. This is gonna be really bad. So at the opening page of this adventure, Blood Lament, there's a little chart that talks about the difficulty of this adventure, and for it's recommended. Well, forget all that. For a party of 4 level 4 characters, it's rated as hard to deadly. So I think we're
This must be the deadly part.
we're feeling the
Not
deadly end of that
You
spectrum.
can say a hard 0.5.
Yeah.
Closer to death.
Oh, I shouldn't forget this. You all each achieved 2 milestones off the that first encounter. I don't want to forget that. So accrue 2 milestones.
9.5 milestones.
Yeah.
Nice, nice. Just gotta live to be able to make usage of those. Milestones. Okay. Okay. Do this. Do this. Or maybe not. It's the ooze's turn, and at
Do I
the
take
beginning,
acid damage at the end of my turn, or
at the start of the ooze's turn.
don't want you to forget, Game Master?
Oh, I wasn't gonna forget. No. This is what it's like being inside of the belly of the flesh ooze. It's 28 acid damage.
28, and thanks to Grazam's aid, I'm still conscious.
Incapacitated, restrained, engulfed.
Hold on, let me
Conscious.
do maths real quick. 18 plus 30.
What are you currently at?
To 37. Hold on.
9.
Right.
9.
30. 28, yeah. Plus 19
You're at 9.
is.
37 minus 28 is 9.
I gotta get my calculator out. Why did I do this? Okay, so.
Trust the dungeon master.
Oh no, that's 1 hit point short.
Oh, really? I thought you
Yeah.
said you were at 37.
No, I was 38 plus 5, but I took 19 and 28 to acid
43.
damage.
So
So,
19,
yeah,
well,
it's
that's
one.
47.
1 point too much, and I fall to 0 hit points.
It's not over yet.
Okay.
Don't worry with that.
It's not over
Got
yet.
this.
Yeah, it's not over yet. It's really
Yeah,
Unless you
bad,
can't attack me 6 times.
It's really
when I get to
bad.
0.
but it's not over yet. Okay. Okay. The thing takes its turn. Ooh, this is interesting. So, normally things can just like step over or jump over a flaming sphere or, move around it. But the flaming sphere is actually blocking the whole thing. And it's a big fat ooze mass. It doesn't jump. It climbs, though. It climbs. Let's see. Yes, it climbs. Okay, so it climbs around this flaming sphere using the walls. And is coming over to Grazam. Make a dexterity saving throw, Grazam.
The door isn't closed.
The door.
No, because I flew there. I'm idiot. Sorry. Dexterity saving throw. Oh.
That is a good plan, though, Grazam, because it would have to drop whoever it's engulfing.
Yeah, it would kind of like scrape out Remus as it squeezed through.
Brilliant. If only it were closed.
Extrude. The
Grazam?
dying Remus.
13.
What do you have?
13.
Oh no, that's not enough.
No.
That's not enough at all.
Awesome.
Grazam, you suffer 24 acid damage. I rolled triple eights there.
I have 25 HP.
Okay, so now you have 1 HP. Good thing for aid, right? Oh gosh.
Hello, darkness, mild. Oh, I didn't put 8.
Make a Constitution saving throw, Grazam. What is it? Is it a 5?
5.
It's a 5? Okay. There's no immediate noticeable thing. But I'm just going to make a note of that. Okay. We now turn to Grazam himself, who is engulfed again, and it's terrible. And you're in a world of disgusting, terrible nastiness. What do you do?
Try to blast your way out.
You can't. Yeah, you can attack. You just have disadvantage on your attack.
Spells that rely on saving throws, you can dump those out.
You could, as long as it doesn't need sight on the creature, because all you see right now is "Hello, darkness, my old friend."
If I'm suffocating, if I use a verbal,
That's a really good question. I would say that kind of gets the breath out of your lungs, and so you're down to just like number of rounds equal to your Constitution modifier before you suffocate.
Okay, it doesn't matter that much because I will die anyway by that time.
So you have 1 hit point. You have 1 hit point that's going to turn you into bones. I mean, it's all right.
Actually, I have 6 because I forgot to put the aid.
Aid.
Yeah.
There you go.
Totally different game now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Changes
Yes.
everything.
Could roll 1 on
Yes.
every single acid damage roll.
Well, actually, yeah. Now, well, no. Now you'd be screwed still.
Okay. Okay. If I don't see the creature, can I do the attack with disadvantage?
Yeah,
like
you could just.
the guiding.
Well, what is the attack?
I'm talking about the guiding bolt. Because I'm in it, trying to do the guiding
Okay,
bolt.
can you use guiding bolt? Yes, you can use guiding bolt. You'll have disadvantage on the attack.
Awesome. Let's go. Let's do this.
Let's do that.
AC's
Okay.
trash. You got this.
Yeah, the AC sucks.
roll a 1.
Yeah, that's it. That's,
Remus with it.
as long as it's not a natural 1, you're gonna hit it.
Okay, one is 24. The other one is 19. Okay.
Yeah. Literally, it was only because your spell attack is +6, right? So it's only literally just a natural 1 that you miss it on.
Mhm.
All right, 46 damage, and the next attack against the monster has advantage.
Oh, 46 damage. What?
4d6.
Do 4.
4d6.
46. Oh, okay.
46.
No,
46.
I'm generous, but not that generous.
Yeah. 15 radiant damage.
Okay, 15 radiant. All right, so you blast it from within, and I guess no one has a view on this thing. But if someone was to view on it, you'd probably see like this beam of celestial light, like shoot out from inside the mass. So that's all I'll say on that note. We now go to Mulga. He probably wants to know what's happening. Something doesn't sound right. What's happening? Yeah, and he's, and you know, he can hear what's going on, at least in basic terms. So I think he's aware that the thing is going that way, and you know, maybe Grazam shrieked as he got engulfed or something. So Mulga is maybe going to take a look. I think I have a little goblin trying to break into my room. Okay, there's Mulga's speed. Gosh. Okay, so then he moves 20 more into a dash. He sees what's happening now. He sends the flaming sphere. The thing makes a dex save. It's got a 12, which is a failure. He deals 6 fire damage to it. Not amazing, but it was just a bonus action, but he is dashing. Oh my.
He can spend the rest of his movement to run back.
Yeah. I think he's going to run back. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Alright. Mulga. That was the 4th of the flaming sphere. Cynus. It's your turn.
I open a coffee shop. I mean, I don't really, like, it would take double move to get down there. And then I'd have nothing to do. Even if I did, I'm assuming it dragged the chakram along with it, or is the chakram, like, clattering in the hallway?
Let's find out. Do you favor even or odd?
Even.
4. Yes, the chakram's in the corridor.
I'll go get the chakram. I'm imagining that's probably 30 feet.
Okay, got the chakram.
And I see Mulga coming down the hallway. And I say,
Do magic.
I'm trying! I also don't
I'm
want to
going-
get close to the thing.
I'm going to ready an action. Right? Because it's glowing. I can at least see that it's glowing around the corner. Ready an action. I have to assume that Grazam and Remus are dead. I have to. If I see it, I will throw a chakram at it. That's the best that I can do.
Okay. Remus, make a death saving throw.
Oh, it's 19. I thought it was 20 there for a second.
Okay.
All right.
So you've got one successful death saving throw, and that's that, right? That's all. That's all there is to that. And last turn, I forgot to. No. Okay. So now we go to the creature's turn. The beginning of his turn, it doesn't matter because Grazam's at 5. So at the beginning of his turn, Remus, you take 1 death saving throw. I'm sorry, do you take 1 failed death save? And Grazam, you are knocked out. You're knocked to dying. Knocked to 0. The thing moves away. Back to the flesh pit. Grazam, it is your turn. Make a death saving throw.
Oh, I got a 4.
That is 1 failure.
Yep.
It's Mulga's turn. Mulga looks at Cynus. Are you going in there? This is it. We have to risk everything if we want any chance to get them out. It may take us to.
Cynus puts his thumb against his chest and like sloughs off some of the acid-eaten flesh, and some blood leaks out onto his thumb, and he flicks it, and where it lands on the ground, he looks and says,
No, I will not go.
I'm going to have Mulga roll a wisdom check representing his conviction and morale, which is, well, I'm just going to roll it. You got a 15. It's good enough for me. I'm seeing this through to the end. He goes. Speed. Moves the orb. It's not enough to get to the creature.
So fast. You retreated so far.
Yeah. Okay. He goes to there, creeping along. Cynus, your turn.
For Cynus, he is under the impression death has always been a close companion, and this place has been the most deadly he has ever seen. Cynus believes that when they walked into that room and opened that door, the stench of death was not the corpses in that pit. It was their own deaths they could smell. Cynus turns on his heel from Mulga with an expression when the light gleams through the basket helmet he wears. The featureless face underneath somehow has an expression of pride that Mulga would do this. And he sincerely hopes that he finds victory. But he goes southward with the intent to open the southmost door and continue onward, assuming that all three of them will die.
With those thoughts within you, you endeavor southward. A dash will take you to the southernmost door.
And that's what I'll do.
Remus, make a death saving throw.
Ooh, it's 16. So it's
Okay.
one more success.
You got 2 successes. It's the ooze's turn. Remus and Grazam suffer 1 failed death save, an additional one, so you both are at 2. You are literally at the precipice of doom. You are at death's doorstep right now. The thing returns to its pit. Grazam, make a death saving throw. Success. You remain at death's doorstep, a mere fraction of an inch away from the precipice of doom. Mulga is in the 6th round of his flaming sphere. He sends the flaming sphere in. The creature makes a dex save. Fails miserably. It suffers 6 fire damage. Mulga. I'm going to quickly examine. He's out of spell slots. He only gets the 2, but they're every short rest. He has healing.
Do engulfed creatures have total cover? I imagine they do, right?
See an engulfed creature.
It does not say that they have total cover. But he uses bonus action on the freaking flaming sphere. Damn it.
I think he's smart enough to know that if he comes near, the ooze can dash on him and it will be extremely dangerous for him to...
I think he's having his Remus moment.
Yeah, maybe he'll ready. No, he can't ready. He's concentrating on the flaming sphere.
Got his spear. You can throw the spear.
Yeah, he could move, and I think he could pull off some kind of cantrip attack. It'd probably have quite a bit of cover. But Dimos does make a good point. I mean, Mulga is smart. He seems to be quite convicted in what he's doing, but he's not trying to get himself killed. He's just trying to defeat this ooze creature. So I think he's going to stick basically to his tactics that he's been using. He's not going to throw caution into the wind. So
ready in action for a cantrip, maybe?
Well, he can't ready because he's concentrating on the flaming sphere. Well, if he readied, he would be concentrating on the readied spell, and he would lose the concentration on the flaming sphere, which he doesn't want, because that's a reliable source of damage on this ooze, and it still has 4 more rounds to burn it. That's 8 more d6 total, and it has a low chance of making the save because its dexterity is trash.
Makes sense.
So, ready a spear attack? God, does he want to throw his spear, though? I don't think
It might be just better for him to dodge in case it comes back up and tries to swat him.
He readies a dash. It is Cynus's turn.
Opens the door.
Okay. Cynus opens the door. The door is much like the last 2 that you've seen. It's a very simple, basic stone door. It's really not that thick or that heavy. Has a bit of a crack. Nothing smells funky on this side. Just to let you know. Let me reveal what you are seeing here. Okay. It seems to be leading into an area that has a sandy floor.
That, oddly, I think would bode well for Cynus. Like this odd moment where the stone turns to sand, the sand of the arena where he was born, the first place that he shed blood, and I think he would go down it.
Okay, yeah, it reminds him of his familiar.
So far, he's just used an item interaction, so...
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. Yeah, the door is basic enough to where I'd say that was just the same as, yeah, drawing something. Okay. I've moved you 20 feet. You see a kind of small to medium-sized chamber. The floor is sand, and there is another one of these basic stone doors on the western wall. Nothing else stands out to you.
So that's not a doorway on the western wall?
Yeah, there's another one of those simple stone doors on the western wall.
We're going to repeat the same thing. So finish the rest of my movement, dash, move over to that door. And that'll be it for my turn.
Give me just 1 second, guys. I have to organize something here. Cynus. Remus. Death saving throw.
Oh, natural 20.
Whoa, my gosh!
Woo! That's at the start of your turn, too. The blood con.
I didn't think that was going to happen.
Okay, it is the start of your turn. You're in a very bad spot, but it is the start of your turn. So some different things that I should cover with you. One, you are prone. That's not any shocking revelation there. 2, you have a bad injury. It's giving you exhaustion, 1 level of exhaustion, which is disadvantage on ability checks. That's not great news. It's a strength check to try to rip your way free. If that's what you wanted to do. And third, which could be the worst news of all, make a Constitution saving throw against grotesquerie.
Oh, yes. Stinky. Can I do anything because it stinks too much? Oh, that's going to be a 13 total.
Again?
An 8. An 8. I keep getting an 8.
And you used the inspiration earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Technically, I go back to 0 failsafes.
That is true. That is true. You do go back to 0. It just kind of resets the whole death save process.
Yep.
That's so cruel. Why did you roll a 13 of all the numbers to roll?
I don't know. Joyce
Unlucky
gave me
13.
hope with the 20 and then gave me an 8.
Okay. So at the start of the ooze's turn now, the acids knock you back unconscious again. So you're back into dying and you have a second wound. That's half speed. And Grazam is taken into the embrace of the creature. But even more so, your soul is taken into the embrace of Usinikor. And a vast and wondrous span, a different kind of mass, not a mass of disgusting necrotic flesh, but a mass of vines and tresses and leaves and roots and plants and living, growing, natural things wrap you up and embrace you. And there is a kind of voice. It's not necessarily a voice that you would normally associate with a mouth, but it's a encompassing voice that's just all around you as you're in the embrace of Usinikor. Come into communion with me. You shall live with me, faithful servant. For you have dared to step foot upon the climb to Majesty, and though you did not reach the peak, your conviction and your holiness did not falter. Be with me for eternity in my embrace. Do you accept the embrace of your god?
I'm saying that I do not deserve your blessing, but there is nothing more in the world that I want than to take a little peek at your glory and surrender to him.
The various fungal growths that are on your body just sprout wildly, and stems and roots and creepers just grow out. Your beard extends, and you just like fuse and merge in with this mass, this endlessly flowering, vining being. And all of your terror and all of the horrible disgust and the nausea and the pain and the agony and the shame, all is wiped away. And you feel nothing but just a sense of wholeness and belonging. And it's almost like you have gone into a womb of some kind. And here's where you will be until your soul goes on to its next phase in the realm of Usinicor. But for now, you need to have your kind of purgatory and rebirthing phase. We now turn our attention back to Mulga. The ooze is devouring its meal. It's quite disgusting. It did not come out of its pit. As simple as an ooze is, it at least knows that if I go that way, things are pelting me and burning me from a distance. You know what, actually? Take that back. The ooze does move. The ooze is moving up on the wall. It's trying to get away from this flaming sphere thing. The ooze is now 10 feet off the ground. It's out. It's away from the burning sphere. So Mulga, what are you gonna do about that? You gonna go in there, start casting cantrips at it? He has no spell slots left. He has at will silent image. That's not gonna do anything against a blind ooze thing. Sacred Flame, Orb Cast. Sacred Flame, Orb Cast. Those are both decent options for him as cantrip. But the thing is, he'll have to move. Like to there. And he'd just kind of be stuck there. And then it'd be the ooze's turn. It could go for him. It would put it back to where the flame could hit it, but like we've already talked about, Mulga, he's not going to just suicide himself. He wants to slay the thing. Any thoughts, guys?
No. I have no idea.
Can't think of anything really.
Okay,
I mean,
so
why does he want to kill it? For us?
The only positive
for you
is that,
and he really wants to get to the heart of this matter and really take vengeance for his household. He's very convicted about this.
if he moves there,
I think he's going to do. He's going to move
Remus. He could heal Remus. That's the only benefit of being there, in my opinion.
That's true. That is true.
Because he still has his bonus action. Because the flame sphere can't
That's true.
reach the ooze,
He can heal his bonus action. Oh my gosh, yes.
And the
okay,
ooze
here we
is
go.
up on the wall. So
Thank
he
you,
can
JB.
see through
Thank
it.
you. Yes,
Yeah.
that's it. Okay, so he goes to there. I would say he can see just like, you know, a foot of Remus sticking out, and he's celestial healing. I always forget the name of this thing. Healing light. Now the tables have turned. This was you all healing AJ, and he was in and out of the disgusting death, and now it's him healing you. Okay, Remus, take 15 hit points.
Roll a 9 or better.
Yep. Let's see.
Okay.
Do this.
So you have two serious injuries. You have 2 levels of exhaustion. That you are conscious. At the start of your turn, you can roll something in the double digits.
Maybe. Let's find
I
out.
highly encourage you to do that.
Is it my turn now? Am I going to
do it? It is not quite your turn. Yep, it's Mulga at the moment. So he has 10 feet of speed left, and he has his action. His flaming sphere... His flaming sphere is at the bottom of the pit. The flaming sphere is just... whatever. He'll keep the concentration just in case somehow the ooze falls in the pit, but the chance of that happening seems low. Very low. Okay. Think. How does the ooze look? The ooze looks like an ooze. Like a flesh ooze. He has a talisman. He has a talisman as a warlock pact boon. 3 times prolonged rest. If you fail an ability check, you can add a d4 to the roll. Okay, so he's got a good luck charm. Does he dash and get out of there? Does he do a cantrip and face the thing that's probably going to come to engulf him? He's going to get out of there. He is going to... Here's what he's going to do. He's going to go to there. He's going to ready a dash. I think it's a smart tactic. He's got a dash readied. That was Mulga. Now, we're going to turn our attention to the sand-filled chamber where Cynus is.
Get the bathroom, you're back.
Okay. I was going to be like, just skip me, but it's fine. Open the door.
It's not your turn, but something is happening.
Oh, nice.
If my right click can actually work. Right click? Right click? What's happening? I don't know what's going on. There, did that work? Okay. Cynus, you see two creatures that look to be made out of metal, iron and bronze and brass, and they stand up from the sand. The one to the south is holding a chain, and the chain is going down to the sand. And it pulls the chain. And the chain seems to pull easily and readily. And rising up out of the sand, right next to you, is a scowling stone head. And then the one up here is holding a clay pot in its hand, which it just smashes. It just throws it over there and smashes it on the ground. Let me get...
Oh, exciting.
Very exciting. Let me get a... I need to look at the area. 20-foot radius. Okay. 20-foot radius would be 4 and 4. Okay, it was already at 20 foot. That's a radius. Okay. The pot, when it smashes open, it releases a cloud, like a powdery cloud. This cloud of dust and powder is heavily obscured, so you can't see. And you can tell that it is not a good substance for you to be in. It is a noxious substance. You hear... So what should I do since you can't actually see in there? Whoops, whoops, whoops. I have a little trick. This is a wonderful benefit of playing online. There we go. Okay. So you hear the sound of creatures moving in the sand. Close and right up to you, Cynus. And this is an attack with advantage as you are blinded. 9 will just be a miss. And a 15 hits your AC exactly right.
It does.
A heavy iron gauntlet slams you. It deals 8 bludgeoning damage to you. Here is another slam. That is 1 under a critical and a 4th slam of 21. You're hit twice more. You take a total of 7. I rolled very terrible that time. You take 7 bludgeoning damage. It is your turn, Cynus. You have walked into a dangerous room here. Jared, did you hear my description of everything that happened?
I caught the jar smashing and bad stuff happening.
Okay, so these two creatures that they're either fully plated up in like iron and bronze and stuff, or what. There's something. They rose up out of the sand. The bottom one pulled a chain, which made this scowling stone head rise up out of the sand right next to Cynus. And then the other one had this clay pot that it just lobbed over, just tossed it over to smash it, and kicked up this like poison powder cloud. That's
could these be
heavily
evil
obscured.
Ichoriites?
Maybe.
Who knows?
Maybe. It's possible. They didn't exactly strike you as Ichoriites, but it is possible. All right, Cynus. You've gone out of the frying pan into the fire, man.
I mean, that's part of it. Cynus is believing that this is supposed to be his death, and he's greeting it as he's supposed to. But that does not mean that he wants to stand in a cloud of noxious dust.
No, it does not. Though since you are there, at the start of your turn, make a Constitution saving throw.
Sure. Been really good on these con saves. 16. 13
You
plus 3.
succeed, and you suffer half damage and no other effect. You take 3 poison damage.
Okay. I'm going to use my bonus action to second wind.
Yes.
So that brings me up to 38. And then I will use my action to disengage. And
Right.
I will backtrack the way that I came
Okay.
back toward the opening to this room.
All right. So you disengage.
The
Rules question. I'm not sure on
imagining-
this. Does disengage work against things you can't see? I'm not sure. I'll pull it up here.
I also have it up. If you take the disengage action, your movement does not provoke attacks.
Okay. So it just straight up doesn't provoke. All right. So you very
Just
carefully
because
move.
I'm like wheeling and whirling.
Yeah,
and
you're taking a very
moving through the
defensive,
sand.
defensive
Yes.
stance, and I imagine you actually bump into these heavy metal creatures as you do, and you block them or whatnot. Yeah, and you back up just blindly the way that you came. You bonk into the wall maybe a little bit, kind of bonk onto the corner, and then just like feel your way around, and you get out of the there you go. That is 30 feet, and you get out of the poison powder cloud.
Perfect. So, again, this is not one of those things that I think a lot of people are imagining. Item interactions, he pulls the dagger from his girdle, and he holds his arms up over his head like he was first forged for the arena. And he says,
The blood god waits.
and this is where he stands, and he waits for these two to come to him.
Okay. This is so intense. All right. I'm loving it, but it's very intense, and I wish you guys weren't dying. That was Cynus. Okay. Remus, we come back to you, man. You have been healed by Mulga. You need to make the con save against the grotesquerie, and I implore you to roll into the double digits. Implore you.
Here we go. Can I do it this time? Haven't been able to do it before. Oh, 19.
Yes! Ah! All right. So, you finally have overcome the grotesquerie. It's horrid. It's like seeping into your orifices to your very cords. But you know what? It's fight for your life or die. This is it. You're not incapacitated.
Okay.
You do have 2 levels of exhaustion, and you're restrained, and you're blind inside the thing. But you've got your turn, man. You've got your
All right.
action. Do the best
I'm
thing
going
you
to
can
try
do.
this. I'm still holding on to my mace of Iridoka, right?
Okay.
Or is it?
Okay.
Is it there
Yes.
somewhere near me? Is it in the acid somewhere? I can.
I don't think you've dropped equipped it or whatnot, so I'd say you still have it.
Okay, and then I will call on its power to give me the fervor as a bonus action.
Okay, fervor.
And then I will strike at it with disadvantage.
Okay,
because
you
I'm
can do that,
restrained.
sure.
And that's going to be a 9 to hit.
That hits it.
And that's for max damage. That is going to be 10 points of bludgeoning damage.
Are you
magical
including the
bludgeoning
plus
damage.
1?
Yes.
All right, so you strike it for 10, which that's good. That works.
And then I
roll a d6 for 10 hit points.
and I gain 3 temp hit points.
Okay, it's something.
I've got 18 total hit points.
Okay.
And then
All right.
I'm going to so is this? I guess I can't see where I am.
Yeah.
I'm going to action surge and try to clamber out of this thing.
Ooh, action surge.
Oh!
Okay.
Oh freak! Oh yeah, action surge. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
so do I have disadvantage because I'm exhausted?
Yes. Yes, you do.
It's an ability check, so it's a skill check.
Yes, it's a strength check. Mm-hmm.
Okay, is it an athletics or is it just flat strength?
Just a strength check. Yeah, just a
Okay.
brute strength is all it is.
Okay, well that's a natural 20 or a. Okay, so that's a total of 19.
That gets you out.
Okay, all right.
So,
Does he fall?
well, here's the thing. I now need you to make an athletics check because you are 10 feet up in the air, and there's a pit,
Okay.
a 15-foot pit beneath you.
All right, but I have disadvantage on this one as well.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Well, that's going to be just a flat 10.
Okay. All right. So you cling onto the wall. You're not Spider-Man here, all right? But you're not falling either. Okay. You can choose if you want to be. Well, you tell me. You're going to be somewhere 5 feet outside, like just adjacent to the thing outside of its space. So you tell me which direction.
Like south, I guess.
Okay, so I'm just going to leave your token there, and we'll just know that you're under it. And that puts you a mere 5 feet off of the... Well, you're still above the pit.
Okay, and do I have some movement left? Can I use the movement in any
You
meaningful
have
way?
your move speed still. Okay, so let me get a little more descriptive and make you an offer. And Dimos, thank you very much for being so gracious, even though your character has gone into the embrace of your god, to be sticking with us. So you rip yourself free out of the... We're just going to call it the bottom of the thing. I know it doesn't really have a bottom, but we're just going to say that to keep our orientation. Okay?
Yep.
The underside of the orientation of the thing. Okay? The wall is not great for climbing, but you didn't fail bad enough to where you just fell down. So you quickly glance down, and the pit doesn't actually go all the way up flush against the wall. And you're 5 feet above the floor, 20 feet above the bottom of the pit. You think you could just drop, and I'll give you an acrobatics check against an easy DC, a DC 10. And if you hit that, you'll stay like on that ledge, like that lip, and you won't fall into the pit. And that's not even your speed. You'll still have your 30 feet. It's just you not falling into the pit by letting yourself drop down.
Okay. I will give it a try.
You can take that if you want. You don't have to.
What's
the alternative? What's the alternative? The alternative is you make another athletics check as part of your movement, and if you succeed your climbing, the thing will make an opportunity attack. 'Cause you're moving.
So,
You're just
right.
regular moving
So-
out of its reach.
So if I just drop from it, it won't get an opportunity attack.
I
That's
don't
the
think so.
benefit.
I don't think so. I think you drop too
Okay.
fast. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I will go for the drop then, and we will see how things pan out.
All right. So dexterity,
Disadvantage.
acrobatics,
Dexterity.
disadvantage.
All right.
Dexterity, acrobatics, disadvantage.
It's a 1.
Oh no! Okay, your foot kind of just like hits the like halfway on the ledge, and you fall. You take 20 feet of falling damage, which deals 9 bludgeoning to you.
Okay.
You're down. You're prone at the bottom of the pit.
And that's
Let's see.
everything. I've done all my things in my turn.
Your speed is halved because you have 2 injuries. You have 2 levels of exhaustion. You could stand up from prone. That's a lot. You know what? You've fallen into a pit. That's it. That's the end of the turn. But there's a slight silver lining. The flaming sphere is down here. So if the ooze goes down there, it's gonna have to contend. It's gonna have to contend with that damn flaming sphere again, and it doesn't like that thing. It's burned it a lot.
Is the flaming sphere illuminating anything cool around me? Like any like I don't know,
It's
swords of luck, or
disgusting.
ring of 3 wishes, or
no, it's awful
potions
down
of
there.
giant strength?
It's
No?
horrible. It's just bits of gore and blood and old necroticized, like necromantic magic pollution pit. It's disgusting. It's like
Well, that
the
ends my turn.
necromancer chambers trash compactor juice. It's horrible.
Okay.
But the flaming sphere is there, and it's like your light of hope. Like, so, and the smell is awful. Luckily, you're not a creature that eats or has a digestive tract. Otherwise, you'd be spewing out your ears. So, that might have been a blessing in disguise, falling down there. So let's see. Let's see what happens. So it's the ooze's turn. Okay, it's at plus 10 feet. It's not going down to the fire. It just is not going to do it. It's going to go for Mulga. And when it gets to like there, that's its speed. Mulga ready to dash, and he says, nope. And he just basically kites the ooze. That was his trick. He just makes the ooze dash, and it does nothing but dash for its turn. Ha.
Yeah.
So there was that scowling stony head that rose up out of the sand. And it spits fire. It spits a dart of fire. Now, you've got a good amount of wall there, Cynus, but you can't see the creature. So here's what I'm going to do. You have 3/4 cover, but it has advantage on the attack. Does that seem fitting? Does that make sense?
Yeah, that seems fine.
Seems fitting? Okay. That's what I'm seeing. Okay, here we go. Fire spit. 15. Exactly 15. But you have 3/4 cover.
My
The
AC
flame-
is 20 right now.
The flame dashes against the stone of the wall, and you are unsinged. It's just a stony head, so it doesn't move.
Hashtag
sure?
Stony Head.
Doesn't just roll on the ground?
Nope.
It grows an ooze body. It chases
Nope.
after me
Nope.
with drums.
I've created dark and sinister creatures for this dungeon, but nothing that crazy. It's Mulga's turn. Mulga the Clever. He's in turn 8 of the flaming sphere is in the pit, so it's just stuck down there. Mulga. Are you feeling lucky, Mulga? How lucky are you feeling? He can cast Enthrall once per day without spending a spell slot. And the creatures that fail have disadvantage on their next save against the next spell he casts on them, or other ability. The next saving throw they make against Mulga's stuff. But does that matter against this creature? Is that anything helpful in this current situation? I don't think that it is. He's
Remus
out of
already
heal.
clocked it, so it doesn't
He's
have
out
the-
of healing light.
Yeah.
He doesn't like the idea of it being able to get to him on its next turn, because if he moves, sorry about that. Okay, if he moves, he goes Ding, 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 ding. 30 feet to there. Does he think the ooze can get to him there with its engulf? He thinks that it maybe can. So he will... I think he's going to move and ready a dash again.
Move the spear,
I think
move
he's just going to...
ready to dash.
Because he's gaining distance on the creature. He's gaining distance. So if he can just get enough distance, and there's this corridor here in this big room. Cynus! Where are you?
He probably hears me scream for the blood god too, so he knows I'm still alive and I'm down here.
Cynus, where are you? What's going on?
Come and claim glory!
Like echoes out.
Speak plainly! Are there more foes?
Yes! Always
Shit.
more blood.
Shit. Okay, so he readies his dash.
Run it to me.
He readies his dash.
Know the difference.
Readies
Let the
his
ooze fight the fucking metal people.
That's pretty cool. We come to the creatures that are down there with Cynus. Do they come to Cynus? I think they do. Here we come. All right, Cynus, you have two foes that come up to you. You're not convinced that they are Ichoriites. The way they move,
So.
the way they move doesn't, something's off about the way they move. Even though you do have this metal plating, you're still a living creature, and there's
It's almost like they're gear driven.
not gears, no, but you suspect they're constructs. You think they're magic and metal. That's what you think. You don't think that they're living. They do attack. They don't have advantage this time, though, so that's nice. Though they both have 2 slams. So here we go. Let's do this. There's a 23 to hit and a 9 miss. And there's a 21 hit and a natural 1 miss. 2 hits. Boom, boom. It's a total of 10 bludgeoning.
Okay.
Are you still up?
I'm still up.
All right. Excellent. Excellent. And it's right to your turn. So how do you respond to that?
Hearing Mulga, and I'm imagining the way that Mulga said that, are there more enemies?
Yeah.
It sounds
He's
like
saying,
he's
"Give me
dealing with
enemies."
something. So in Cynus's brain, he's like, if Mulga's still fighting something, and Mulga brings it to me, I'll have nowhere else to go. So the most advantageous place for Cynus to be is with Mulga with an escape route. So he's going to disengage, and he's going to move his full 30 feet back towards where Mulga is. I've disengaged and dodged more in this game than the rest of my 7-year career playing TF.
You have done a lot of defensive maneuvering, that's
I've
for
had
sure.
to maneuver a lot to keep ahead of everything.
All right. Okay. Well, we'll see if that that turns out to be the good play.
I am under the impression that these constructs, since I do not see them moving normally, I don't think that I can strike fear into their hearts. One day I'll be able to use that, maybe in a different game. But in this one, I am going to fling a dagger at one of them as I retreat.
Your action was disengage.
Bonus action for the offhand.
So
Oh no!
to
I have to
two-weapon
make an
fight,
attack
you have to
do
take
that.
the attack
You're
action.
right. You're right.
Yeah.
So I'm good. I don't have a bonus action that I can use. My second wind's gone. Action
Yep.
surge is gone.
Yep.
I still have my channel divinity, but that's pretty much it. So I'm good.
Okay. Remus, you are prone. You are injured pretty badly at the bottom of this disgusting pit with the flaming sphere to keep you company. But I suspect you like that flaming sphere because the ooze didn't want to come down there because of that flaming sphere.
I will. Oh, Max. Oh, second wind. And it seems to be a very good second wind. Gets me back. How much points?
I don't know if anyone's going to catch this reference, but
Okay,
you just did a Carderock Hawkness.
Hey. And
That was a Carderock Hawkness level escaping death.
And then
This is as
with my
close as you can possibly get to death without actually dying, and you somehow come back and survive.
my final spell slot, I'll cast Cure Wounds on myself.
Not a bad choice. I don't think anybody's going to argue with that. Stand
That's
up from
a-
prone, I take it?
Stand up from prone and
Okay.
then begin climbing out of this pit, and that ends my turn.
Okay, so we'll just get back to that next turn. All right.
I'm picturing like as above, so below. You in this pit with all this hellish, disgusting stuff everywhere.
The
I'm back to full hit
ooze-
points because of that.
The ooze.
Yeah. No, 40.
It does not give chase. It just doesn't. So it's looming up there, Remus. It
Alright,
looms.
well,
it looms.
I hope that my attacks will be enough to kill it.
That brings us to Mulga. Mulga. I think he's going to move ready to dash. That seems like Mulga's tactic. Okay. He has the thing's not in sight. He doesn't hear it close by. That's that. And then the constructs. Let me check their speed. Okay. The constructs dash to flank Cynus. And Cynus, it's your turn.
All right. It doesn't look like they have any type of ranged attack. That's why I did the yes, because I can disengage, move 30 feet back into this hallway.
Yep.
Perfect. And now they have to come at me one-on-one. And this is like ideal, especially if Mulga ever comes back.
We'll see about that. We return
there's
to
this
Remus.
moment when I come down the hallway and I just scrape those daggers, and then I stand absolutely ready to fuck the first one that comes up to me up.
Okay. In this pit, the flaming sphere is beneath me, right?
It's next
If
to
I
you.
climb up, I'll be on level ground with the creature. I don't think I can make an attack roll from here.
The
right?
pit
I can't
is
melee it.
15 feet deep. The walls are crude, slimy, disgusting, slick walls. If you were to climb up, you would be on the same elevation level as the ooze. And it looks like it's waiting for you up there.
Right. It's waiting for me.
It's looming.
Okay. I will climb back down, and I'll be next to the flaming sphere.
Sure. So
on the
you're,
other side.
you haven't climbed yet, so you're just like standing in a couple
Okay.
inches of nasty goo.
Okay. I will... I don't think I can do anything else other than take the dodge action. It ends my turn. And I see what happens at the bottom of the pit. If it's going to...
Do you have a ranged attack? Would you
I do, but I'm wearing my shield. And it will be song and dance to take the shield off to get the longbow out. I could throw my trident, but I'll just take the dodge action. We'll see.
Okay. Okay, so you take the dodge action. There are worse things to do in 5e than dodge, that's for sure. The ooze is looming. Just waiting and looming. It as well seems to be kind of trapped.
It's also the
rock in a
red
hard
the red
place.
light from the pitten is still flooding the chamber. So it's a big red
And
shadow
fire.
that's-
You're,
Yeah.
yeah, fell red light and crackling fire, and you're in the pit of death and doom. Oh gosh. It is Mulga's turn. The flaming sphere is gone. You are now left in the dark.
I can like see that from a cinematographer standpoint.
Yeah, you're just at the bottom of this nasty pit, standing in a few inches of just like disgusting viscera, and the flaming sphere just dies out. And you're left in the darkness. But
Oh, I'm in the dark.
But
I imagine.
hopefully this is not the end. Hopefully this is not the end of Remus. Mulga. Mulga moves. He has light on his spear. He casts light on his spear. Light is 20 feet, I believe. Bright and 20 feet dim.
Yep, 40 total.
Okay. That's good. Mulga sees the thing a little bit. He sees a little bit of it. It's large as well. That always helps. I'd say it has... has 3/4 cover from him. He's moved half his speed. He's going to attack and he's going to move back his half speed. Mulga, this better be worth it. 3/4 cover. He will orb cast. He sends his orb out. That looks good. He's got a nat 13 on the die. That's a 18 to hit. Yes, certainly hits. Rolled a 1 on the d6. 4. He rolled a 1 on the d6. He deals a mere 4 magic bludgeoning damage. But I will say this. This flesh ooze looks like it's starting to lose its corporeal integrity. It's not looking too good. I mean, it was disgusting. It never looked good, but like, you think this thing is getting very worn down. And then Mulga moves back, and he just hopes and prays that the thing doesn't have enough speed to get to him, and that leaves you back in the darkness, Remus. I know that's probably terrifying. The constructs file in here to get at Cynus. And one has to dash and one does not. The one that didn't have to dash. Oh my gosh. Just dropped my d20. Where'd it go? There it goes. Okay. It makes 2 slam attacks at you, Cynus. First one's like a 10, I think. 10, 9 actually. 9's a miss, and then a 20 will hit. It slams you for wham! 8 bludgeoning. And that's that. It's Cynus' turn.
All right, the one that just hit me. Like if I keep backing up, it's just gonna put Mulga in a corner, and I don't know if they've killed the ooze yet, so I can't keep retreating. I'm gonna have to attack. So
I've almost
one
got
that
the
just hit
ooze.
me-
Good.
The one that just hit me, I'm gonna attack it twice. First attack is a 21. The second attack is a 15, but I'm going to mark this one with one of my prowess as a raptor strike to target his ace or his dexterity score instead of his armor class.
Excellent. In that case, you hit with both.
Yes. Yes. Oh, get fucked. ...21 points of piercing damage.
All right, that's a pretty serious assault on that creature. Yeah, that worked well. Noticeably strong hits against it.
If I move now, it would provoke from both. Which
Oh
I
my
can't
gosh, I
afford.
feel like such a fool. Dimos, I could have offered to let you play Mulga this whole time.
It's okay,
Let
don't
him
worry.
play
keep
that
playing.
ooze.
No, I wouldn't offer that. Do you want me to send you Mulga's character stuff? Or you can just tell me what you think he would do, and you can do the rolls. Here, I'll send it to you
want to-
on.
do you
I'll
want-
send
do you-
it to you on Discord.
Session's
Okay.
coming up on 4 hours.
Yeah, we're almost done. The session has actually gone quite long. We're almost done. We have to see the end of this scene.
Okay.
We at least have to see the end of the flesh ooze,
Okay. the
right?
ooze is-
Are you guys good to
End of
stick
some-
around?
It's the end of something.
No,
Are you guys good to stick
As
around?
long as if you say we're close, I'll believe you.
I think
But
we're close.
Part of me doesn't
The
believe
game
you.
master knows
really?
something that we don't know.
Well, I described that the ooze is,
Yeah.
looking quite worn
You
down.
try to
now.
do it.
Okay, where's our Discord? Is that? Oh my god, I've got so many freaking windows going here. There it is. I'm gonna put a Mulga stats PDF into the Discord. So Dimos, feel free to use that to do his attack rolls and stuff, and I can help you. Sorry, I should have thought about that long before now.
okay.
What just happened? Cynus just attacked. Remus, it is your turn. You're in the dark of the terrifying, horrid, necromantic flesh pit.
In the hole.
The
In the
fire
hole.
is gone. The thing is lurking and looming up there. You know it's there. You heard
Are you with me?
The moment-
you
the
heard
moment I
Mulga
feel it-
shout that the thing is
The-
it's getting close to
I'm
being
just going
slain.
to. I'm just going to ready my action. If it comes towards me, I'm going to hit it with the mace of Urudoka. But otherwise,
I think that's fine. You would
I
hear it
can't
get
do
close
anything
to
else.
you. You would hear and smell it get close to you. Okay. Okay. Okay, here we go. You hear and smell the ooze get close to you. Make your attack.
roll an
It's,
attack
it's
with
blindly, so you're
Okay,
at disadvantage.
Hold on. I do want to clarify something, and we need to rule on it because it's so drastic.
Okay.
He did cast light on the piton, and we
Mm-hmm.
did kick it down here, and it does last an hour and doesn't take concentration.
Oh, did you kick it down the slope?
Yeah, remember I kicked it down and followed it down
Okay.
here. Would that still be
I actually
illuminating?
didn't catch that. So in that case, there would be light down here. Okay.
it's actually me in a dark pit looking up at a red circle.
Oh,
So-
that's even creepier.
So we'll say that the ooze, because it moved out of here, it picked up that piton in its mass, and then now it's fallen, it got caught on a flagstone, and it I guess it's not flagstone here, but whatever, it got caught on something, and it
Okay.
came out of the ooze.
So you want me to roll a normal attack roll?
Yes, that means I want you to roll a normal attack roll because
Okay.
whoa, you can see again, and from darkness, red light, and there's this disgusting ooze right in front of your face, about ready to grab you up. So make your
It's going
attack.
to be that's going to be a dirty 20 to hit.
Okay, you hit the dirty ooze with your dirty 20. Please roll
gonna
your
be-
damage.
It's going to be 8 points of magical bludgeoning damage.
Mm-hmm.
And then I
Okay.
regain 2 temporary hit points.
All right. Okay. That's you smack you when you hit the thing, you splatter part of it, just a chunk of it just falls off, imagine just a big glob of snotty, slimy blood and guts just fall next to you, and the thing is literally falling to pieces in front of your eyes, but it's not completely defeated yet, and it goes to just wrap you up in its disgusting embrace, and it just kind of fills the pit back up. Make a dexterity saving throw. You do not have disadvantage on this.
Yeah, I got a natural 20.
Okay, you avoid the engulf. Okay, It's in the pit with you, but it's not engulfing you. And you're just like backing up against the wall with just inches of this thing to come before it like comes up to you. And as it moves, it like leaves chunks of itself behind as this thing is falling to pieces before your very eyes. Mulga moves. And there's his
Yes,
there.
I feel like it will be taking long until I decide because there are a lot of things that I don't know here. So
no worries.
It's better
Go ahead,
for you
make your
to
attack roll.
do things.
He's got a plus. He's got a plus
5.
5 to hit with the orb cast. I'm going to give the ooze. I'll probably give it 3/4 cover. That's a bad angle, and it's in the pit. But you know, it's got a trash.
19 total.
That is a hit. You got D6
Yep.
plus 3 on the orb cast damage.
6 total.
The orb bores through what remains of the ooze. Just bores like a tunnel through it. And then it returns back to Mulga's hand where he's like, ugh, disgusting. And the ooze it's completely defeated. It just falls apart. It's just blood and guts. Just regular blood and guts is all it is. Not an act.
Alrighty. That wasn't
And I
stressful.
guess Mulga is saying, we're not done. There are
Okay.
still some...
So I'm inclined to actually pause things here. I will give everybody else 2 more milestones. And we'll...
Is it like World of Warcraft? Do we level up and get all hit points back and all our spells? And
It is not Skyrim.
It's not-
No. But there is a strong glimmer of hope. And we're ending the session on a bit of a dark, intense moment, but with a glimmer of hope aside that. So thank you all for this amazing and incredible session. And thanks everyone who's been following along and watching. This was a pretty long one, but really tense. All right, well, we will plan on probably 2 weeks from now, session 6 of Blood Lament, which I anticipate will be the final session. And Dimos will talk, and we'll figure something out. I don't know what it's going to be, but we'll figure something out. All right, everybody. Have a good one. Until next time.